Aluhu. Ashadala and Malaya Wotanu, Abiarama Yiska Wabiako, Atakwados, Shemega Quados Balu Shemega along my head. We shall eliminate Shayam El Shabbat La So El Shabbat Le Doru Kamini Ola. Beni Bene Israel Oti Lola. Kisha Shari Ami Masa El Shaddai Wa El Shamayim. Oeka Halis, Leon must be Shabbat Wa Yunafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Nemeneka, Baruch Toroteka, Baruch Kushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok, Lolam Mahe, Baruch Shem Kabur Makuto, Lolam Mahe, Baruch Kabor Lohim, Binkumo, Lekayo, Hallelujah, Lolam Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief of Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you to talk about forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom. The holy and Sabbath day. God said, referred to this day as being holy and separated. Why did God refer to the seventh day as being holy and separated? Because people like to ask a lot of questions. People just don't know how to follow without in need of explanation. People don't know how to follow without being in need of having to explain everything to you.
I want to know why.
Everything don't have an explanation. That's why God chose Abraham. What?
Okay.
So why are you making a face like that?
Okay.
That's why God chose Abraham. Because Abraham had something in him that we don't have in us. Abraham had a thing called blind allegiance. God did not have to go through showing him and making a mountain skip, incinerating the mountain on fire so that a nation of people could believe in him. God didn't have to do that. He didn't have to prove himself to Abraham. All God said, he said, walk before me and be thou perfect. That's it. After God appeared, the Most High appeared unto Abraham after the death of his father. Why did the Creator saw fit to appear to Abraham? Because he had, what Abraham had in him was a quality of righteousness. It's a thing called faith. It's a thing called faith. Now, he was faithful to who? To his father, before he was faithful to God, because he didn't know God. He didn't know God. He didn't know who God was, because it was at one point in time in his life, he worshipped idols and deities. He worshipped idols and deities at one part in time of his life. And the Most High saw fit that, see, one thing we got to realize, if we can't be faithful and honor and respect what's in front of you, then you can't honor and respect and be faithful to God. Right. You can't do that. You
cannot do that. See, these things, righteousness is in steps and degrees. There's stages. Stages. You see, degree of excellence. There is a thing called degree of excellence. Yes. Some people have reached a certain important stage of degree, then some. There's certain stages and degrees of excellence and reaching up to righteousness. There's stages and degrees in that, man. So Abraham had a thing in him called blind allegiance. God already seen his heart and tried his heart and knew that this guy here is going to be faithful to me. Like I said, God didn't have to go out of his way to prove to him that he's God. That's it. Once his father died, the first thing God told him was what? He said, get away from your descendant, your family, your relatives. Because when a person, remember what I'm telling you, when a person has 100% fully decided to serve God, you're going to begin to make separations. You're going to begin to make separations. You're going to begin to make separations and putting the difference between holy and profane, between righteousness and wickedness. Your desires will be completely opposite than the regular people desires. My desire is not your desires because we're on a different train of walk. You know what my desire is now? Is to reach a certain height in righteousness. And I ask God that when I reach that height of righteousness, take me out. Take me out in my righteousness. Don't allow me to profane and dip off to the right and to the left. You know who God does that to? His saints, his chosen ones, his elect. It said, the Most High says, I guard the feet of my elect, of my chosen ones, of his saints. And in order to be chosen by God, we got to be doing what God delights in. That is our mission. I don't know what your mission is. But my mission is to seek out the things that God delights in. And once you seek out the things that God delights in, you follow those things. You follow those things that God delights in so that he can have delight in you. So that God can have a delight in you. But God is not going to delight in you if we continue to walk away from his laws, commandments, and statutes. If we continue to live in our own wanton ways. Pants is pants. Pants is pants. You have a feminine and the masculine in languages. There's the feminine and the masculine. Pants is no feminine word for pants. It's called miknasayim. Masculine term, masculine word. So I just use that for an example. You can't be seeking God. Oh, I don't wear it, but I let my child wear it. Or my wife wears it. No, God said, what God said about Abraham. And nothing funny about it, but the thing about it is that Abraham was not aware that God said these things about him. He wasn't aware that God told Moses that this guy is my friend. He wasn't aware that God told Moses that he said, man, Abraham will and his household after me. These are things that God saw in Abraham. So when God said these things about Abraham, Abraham didn't know. Because remember, Moses wrote those first 5 books. Right. Moses spent 40 days and 40 nights in the mountain. That's right. These, look, like I said, man, Genesis, those first 5 books is directly out of the mouth of God. Directly out the mouth of God. Right. This is why when you read it, it has an effect on your spirit. That's right. This is why when you read it over and over, it has an effect on your spirit. This is why God gave a command to the king and told him, he said, you want to learn to fear me? He said, I'm going to show you how to learn, how you will learn, or how you will get to fearing me. Read that first 5 every day. Now this will have an effect only in time. You ain't going to read it one time and automatically you just fear God. No, nothing happened automatically. If we learn how God works in his own time. That's right. God works in time. There's a time limit in everything. When everything is a set time for everything. Set time for everything. It's a set time for when I have to get myself right with God, or else he gonna leave me stagnated. It's either you regress or you progressing. There's a set time, and when you don't start progressing,
Regress.
You're gonna begin to regress. All right, let's go to Deuteronomy 7. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 7.
Deuteronomy chapter 7. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land, whither thou goest to possess it.
When the Lord thy God bring thee into a land, whither thou goest to possess it. We didn't have no land.
Nothing. That's right.
We didn't have nothing. We didn't have nowhere to go. We were like a lost sheep. Because, look, we wasn't even established as a nation yet. No government. Notice what I'm saying. The nation, which means, why did God say we wasn't established as a nation? Which means there are certain qualities that will establish you as a nation. So now I say that to say this. People call us, we're not a nation today. That's number 1. Number 2, seek out the qualifications and the qualities that a people or a nation has. And when you find that out, you ask yourself, are we a nation today? Do we have those qualities that will establish you as a nation? The nation of Israel, we're a nation. Man, go study. Go study and you'll stop saying stupidity and foolish things like we're saying now. We're under the subjection of a people. We're under the subjection of a people because we refuse to adhere to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. That's why. God has allowed, like people call him the white man. God allowed all these things to happen because of our shortcomings with God. Because of our shortcomings with God, we have to start looking at life with a different outlook. That's right. We got to start looking at life with a different outlook. Yeah. One thing, everything happens for a reason. That's right. That's right. Nothing don't happen for a reason. Everything happens for a reason, man. For a reason. Number 1 is either you offended God, why God allowed this to happen, or you may be in good grace, or may God, probably the Most High, has found favor in your eyes. Why this has happened. Now ask yourself, what did I do? What did I do to put myself in such a predicament, whether it's good or evil? Because whatever we do in life is either good or evil.
That's right.
Whatever happens in our life is because of what you did in your life to put yourself in this predicament.
That's right.
Because God deals with us according to the works of our own hands.
That's right. Yeah.
God deals with us according to the works of our own hands.
Yeah.
God deals with us according to our thoughts and the things that we formulate in our head. Because before anything happens in life, it comes here.
That's right.
It comes here.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it starts.
Mm-hmm.
Who you think put those thoughts in Eve's head?
Mm-hmm.
And she wasn't able to discern between good and evil because she was innocent.
That's right. That's right.
She was innocent.
Yeah.
But you ever asked yourself why the serpent didn't go to Adam? Why the serpent didn't go to Adam? Why the serpent skipped Adam from beguiling him and beguiled Eve? Because you don't think he knew that he wasn't going to penetrate Adam. He wasn't going to penetrate Adam, but he knew I could penetrate her. So God said what? He didn't tell the man. He told the woman. He said, allow yourself to be ruled.
Allow yourself.
Because if she don't allow herself to be ruled, you ain't ruling her. If you don't allow yourself to be ruled, you're not going to rule her. Marriages last. Marriages don't last like that. Because men are natural rulers.
That's right. Yeah.
We are natural when it comes to taking over. But when we rule in the fear of God.
That's it.
And that's why everything else falls into line. Concerning husband and wife, concerning parents and children, everything else falls in line because the husband rules in the fear of God. So everything else falls in the line. And then when you read in Proverbs, he said, the woman. Why? The woman does what? I gotta go there for a minute, quick fast. I think it's in Proverbs. Yeah, I think it's 12. No, not that part. Not that part. I think it's Proverbs 20, 13. Yeah, there you go, 14. It said, every wise woman builded her house. You know what it means by building her house? She builds a house by form by ordering. To form by order. What is only the correct order? The only correct order is what God, is the order that God has. The standards that God has established. And who established that? The husband. So she forms and builds a house by the order of her husband. Right. How her husband ordered a house, and the husband, because he fears God, he's going to order the house according to the laws, commandments, and statutes. Yeah. Everything else falls in line. You got to learn to submit yourself. Submit yourself to your husband. Submit. Because when you don't submit, and you become hard-headed and stiff-necked and argumentative, contention and quarreling and fighting and debate, guess what happens? That's the beginning of a separation.
Oh,
That's the beginning of the house being divided,
yeah.
and it ain't gonna stand.
Mm-mm.
House divided ain't gonna stand.
That's right.
Tom Sheet.
When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites,
Amorites,
and the Canaanites, Perizzites,
Hivites.
and the Jebusites.
Who were these people? From where? From what? From out of Ham. These were Hamitic tribes.
Yeah, tribes of Canaan.
Tribes of Canaan. And these tribes, God forbid us to marry any woman from these tribes.
Isaac and Rebecca didn't want this.
Isaac and Rebecca. Look, what was it? No, Abraham. Let's start with Abraham. Abraham went to Eliezer of Damascus and said, he said, listen, man, do not bring my son back here. Don't do it. He said, take him here. Go here and here. Go amongst my relatives. Find him a wife here. He said, but beware, don't bring him back here. And he made him swear. Because that plays a very important role. It's very important. You ever asked yourself why God did not choose Ishmael? And he's the firstborn. You want to know why? You want to know why? Because he was born, he had that child from Egypt, from an Egyptian woman. From an Egyptian woman, man. Go ahead, read.
7 nations greater and mightier than thou.
Yes, it was greater and mightier. And if it wasn't for God, they would have wiped us out. We would have lost.
Yeah.
Every war if it wasn't for God.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them, and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them.
Destroy them, make no agreement, and don't show no mercy to them. So, certain nations is not supposed to be here today. Those 7 nations are not supposed to be here today. And God knew that the nation of Israel was not going to destroy them. Okay? So, God made exceptions for people that made exceptions for his laws.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
God made exceptions for people that made exceptions for his law, and some people from those nations was accepted, like Uriah the Hittite, like Ruth the Moabitess. There was a lot of people that came out of those 7 nations that made exceptions for God and follow after God, and they was chosen by God. They was chosen. That's why later on when you read, he said, I am a God for all. For all people. For all people, man. Tom Sheet.
Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give
The
unto
word
thy
for
son.
marriages is hikatain. Hikatain means to be related through marriage. All right? Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. So God was against us taking our sons, marrying to their daughters, taking our daughters, marrying their sons, because we're mingling the holy seed. The seed has been mingled and mingled so much that there is no pure seed of no nation. There is no pure seed of no nation, and that's the world. You cannot, at first we were able to look at a Girgashite and say, oh, that's a Girgashite. Look at this one, he said, oh, that's a Moabite. Oh, he's Israel. Oh, you can't tell who's from who. That's the way, that's how God brought us so low. So now He said, God said, he said, my people. How can I determine who my people is? He said, my people shall and will hear my voice. And you determine a stranger by how he lives. He said, a stranger will not follow. So you can't just look at a person because of the pigmentation of his skin and say he's a stranger. Stop that, man. Stop looking at people and talking about, oh, he's a stranger. Oh, he's a stranger. Use a stranger. Use a stranger. Come on, man. God don't deal like that. We got to accept all. We got to accept all. Once that person has decided to serve God, we got to accept them as if our own.
That's right.
We can't make people feel sore and left out.
Right.
We can't make people feel like that. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
For they will turn away thy son from following me.
For they will what?
They will turn away thy son from following me.
And that's a whole fact. That's a whole fact. You know how, oh, no, she ain't turning me away. I still come to teachings. But you still allow certain things that if you wasn't with her, you would not accept it. So you accept certain things to appease this woman, which means you have put her first, her feelings, her emotions, how she feel before God. I done put this woman before the commandments and the laws of God.
It's true.
Ain't that something? Why? Because I don't want to offend her. I don't want to offend her. I don't want an argument. Listen, we got to learn to lay the law down. This is the laws. This is the commandments. And this is the statutes of life.
That's right.
Live by it, and everything would be hunky-dory.
That's right. That's right.
Everything would be A-okay.
That's right.
We will live in unison.
Yeah.
But if you go against these laws, commandments, and statutes, if you go against these laws, commandments, and statutes that I uphold very highly, I'm going to look down on you in despisement.
Yeah.
Because there is something that I love more than you.
That's right.
There is some things that I consider more than you.
That's right.
There is some things that I consider and love more than my own self. And I'll die for it.
That's right.
That's the laws and the keeping of the commandments of God. That's the laws and the commandments and the keeping of these laws, commandments, and the statutes of God. I despise my life for this. Yeah. For this. For these laws, I despise my own life. I told one person, I said, man, listen. Don't think you're going to force me to do something against my will if I to offend my God. I said, because I choose gladly to be dismembered, to be whatever it takes. Because I know 100% sure that whatever I lose in this life, God will bring it back. I will receive it again in the other. I will receive it again. And people look at you all weird and crazy, talking about, that's metaphoric. All through the Psalms, David speaks about it. God said David is going to be on the throne again.
Right.
That's not
So you mean to tell me God speaks in metaphor
That's
too?
not metaphor.
That's not metaphor.
No, it's not.
That's not metaphor, man. Ain't no metaphor about that.
That's right.
Because what? Listen, there is He said, "What's our repay?" He said, "Where's my portion? He's in this life." He said, "Where's my portion?" He said, "We die, we do your laws, and then after that, we go to the dirt and we die, and the wicked do the same, and they're living life better than us." We ain't gonna get into that
That's
now.
what Ezra said.
That's right. We ain't gonna get into that now. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Verse 4. But they will turn away thy son from following me, that
But-
they may serve.
But they will turn away thy son from following me.
That they may serve other gods.
That they may serve other gods. I ain't serving no other God. You don't see me in the church. You don't see me in the Muslim mosque. I ain't serving Buddha. I ain't doing none of this. But you comply to their commands. But you comply to their commands.
Okay.
You to serve means to comply to their will or their commands.
Okay.
So when you're following their commands or their purpose or how they serve their gods, you serve their gods. Everything about us was completely opposite and different. Everything about us was opposite and different. These laws, commandments, and statutes that God gave us was to differentiate us and separate us from the neighboring nations that we lived amongst. We look the same. We look different. We ate different. We dress different. God did not clothe Adam and Eve in a tuxedo. That is not the entire of Israel. Oh, so I got to get rid of my lapels? Yes. That's not what God accepts. That's not how the first world was clothed. The first world did not have on a tuxedo and a suit and tie, but you so dumbfounded and stubborn and don't you stubborn in your own and ignorant that people. I just heard the brother say that. He said, "So you mean I gotta get rid of my lapels?
Yeah.
my lapels? Yeah,
Cut off.
yeah, you gotta get rid of that.
Cut off.
That's why you ain't never see me in no suit and tie, and you ain't gonna never see me in no suit and tie. When I went to graduation, I had on a garment and some linen slacks, a linen top with a garment bottom, and my shoes, and the graduation hat, that square. There's a meaning to that. Do your studies. Stop allowing your children to follow after the ways and the customs of these people. Before you get into something, study and learn what it's about. Study and learn what it's about. Read.
So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you.
So will the
thee.
anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee. Nothing happened for nothing. And I'm gonna use this for an example because I don't teach politics and get into the government, but it gotta be a reason why God make Putin get such of a vindictive, wrathful spirit against Ukraine. So you gotta say, well, it's past that. What did these people do to anger God?
What did Ukraine
What did they do
wiped out?
to get wiped out like that? So I'm sitting down. I'm working, boom, boom. So I go to my boy, he's crazy, yo. I said, wait. I forgot. I said, wait. I said, Putin's still bombing Ukraine? I said, Lord, have mercy. I said, golly. I said, how much bombing this guy's going to do? A whole year. So now it's even deeper than what you think. What did these people do to anger God? It's like a sentence from God, man. Now they asking for help. China about to join forces with Russia. It's crazy.
This is of God.
This is of God. Nothing happens for nothing. Go ahead, read.
But thus shall ye deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars.
Destroy their altars.
And break down their images. And cut down their groves.
Okay. What is an altar? All right. I'm going to give you a description of an altar. Okay. The original altar was where? Is that the same altar that Jeremiah had? Right? In the mountain?
The tabernacle, the ark, and the Burnt offering altar, they have to put away.
They stash it.
They have to stash it and dedicate a new one.
Right. But you know what else can be used as an altar? I walked into this years ago. Anything can be used for an altar, you know. Years ago. I go into this girl house. Come in, the first thing I do is turn to the right, and I see a night table.
Like this.
A night table like this.
Just like that.
With a candle, the picture of the person that's dead, glass of water, plate of food, candy. Looked at that thing. When people had things like that in their house, run back out.
Or a glass of water with a penny in it.
Glass of water with coins and pennies in it. Run back out. You know why? Because you go there and you stay there, whatever you do in there, then you leave and go home. Then guess what? The spirits that's in that house follow you to your crib. And guess who it clings to? The children. They love children. They love babies. Your spirit is hard enough and strong enough to repel that. But not the babies. Not the babies. Not the babies. Those are altars. That's why we don't buy secondhand furniture. Because we don't know what that secondhand furniture was used for. So I don't buy secondhand furniture.
That's right.
No secondhand furniture.
No
Nothing secondhand. Nothing.
Time sheet.
money.
Go start over.
Verse
Altars. No, same thing.
But thus shall you
Destroy
give
their
them,
altars.
Destroy their altars.
Uh-huh.
Break down their images.
Break down their images. Why are we reading that God said to break down their images? This should tell you one thing. How God thinks about pictures. He didn't say if there was worship in it.
No.
He didn't say, only break it down if they was used for an object of worship. No, God didn't say that. God said destroy their altars. You look around, you see images. He said break that down, destroy that. What's the next one?
Cut down their groves.
Cut down their groves, their asherim, their sacred poles. The groves was made of wood, and they used to engrave the idol within that pole in worship.
That's where they get totem poles from.
That's right. And that's where the stripping pole come from. So that's why, thank God, to tell you the truth, I've never been in the strip club. Never been in the strip club. I may have been in a hood strip club. Went to a basement. And they go in there and a bunch of discrepancies is going on. Women half naked walking around bumping and doing. I've been there. But I ain't never been to a strip club. Must be a reason why. And whoever been there, God pulled you out. Go ahead.
And burn their graven images with fire.
Burn their graven images with fire. Go ahead, read.
For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God.
Wait a minute. For thou art a holy people unto God. And you know what's the whole thing about that? You look at a person, you say, man, you is a holy people of God. But do you look at yourself as holy before God? In order for these actions to come about, you or we have to look at ourselves as different. We got to look at ourselves as holy before God. We got to look at ourselves as being the chosen ones of God, and then you can expect a different reaction, different actions. But when you take a woman and say you're not a whore no more, put on this long dress, you're a dignity and woman of honor and respect. You're a queen. Guess what? She don't look at herself as a queen. So she keep doing scandalous things. She keep doing thought things. Living like a thought. Living like, I'm gonna go further back, living like a pigeon, because we got some old school heads that don't know what a thought is. Okay, in other words, you're a pigeon, you're a chicken head, you're a cluck, a bird. So you start doing actions that calls for that. You don't look at yourself as a queen, and then you come and try to dress her up and like a queen and treat her like a queen, but she continue with these thottish ways. Same thing like a man. Same thing.
That's right. That's right.
Ain't only woman.
That's right.
Hey, brother. You the chosen one of God. You're a prince. You're a chief. You're this. But he doing things that's not becoming of a chosen one of God. That's not becoming of a chief or a prince.
Yeah.
The only thing that's going to order your ways right before God is by following this and reading the book.
That's right.
That's it. That's the only thing that God said is good. Solomon said, vanity of vanity. All is vanity. The only thing that ain't vain and ain't vanity is exceptions is this. It's God. That's why our forefathers and the prophets, they didn't stress things that we stressed. Elisha walked and lived in the streets. So the woman looked, he said, I perceive. Which means it's the way this man carried himself.
Yeah.
The way Elisha carried himself is what made this woman perceive that he was a holy and righteous man. So because she considered this holy and righteous man, she said, you know what? I'm going to make an upper chamber in my house so that when this holy and righteous man walk by, he got somewhere to rest his head at. That's righteous ways, man.
Yes.
Those are righteous ways, man.
Yes.
And these are ways that we need to acquire before we die.
Okay.
You see this woman, man? Who in the world gonna think about Elisha like think of a person once you perceive we don't think for people. We don't regard people. We only regard and think for our own cotton picking self. We selfish. And if that woman was selfish, she wouldn't have built that upper chamber for Elisha. So we learn the ways of God by reading and studying these people are people that God has accepted. These are people that God has accepted and chosen, man. Even the woman is better than the men today. The woman in this book that I read about is better than the men today. Yeah. Go ahead, read.
For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself.
For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. So because God looked at these people as holy, he gave them holy laws.
Yeah.
I don't want that. He gave them holy laws because you are a holy people. Only a holy people can serve God. You got to be holy. You got to be holy. A holy mentality, holy ways and separate ways. A holy people to serve this God. We can't be like the regular. We can't be like the average. We can't be like the common. You know who's the common people? You know who's the common people? Look around. Leave out your house. Stand up in front of your door, the entrance of your house, and look around. That's the common people. These people have no morals. These people have no morals about themselves. No guidelines. No boundaries. And they live how they live. Majority of them. Some of them do have guidelines. You find some guidelines between some heathens, and I heard them, nah, I would never do this. And they'll die by that. Certain things in them you find. The majority of them don't have it.
It's true.
The majority of them don't have it. I'm not going to denounce everybody.
Right.
I can't denounce everybody.
Right.
I got to have and make exceptions because God made exceptions. God didn't denounce everybody. If he denounced everybody, then he wouldn't accept people from other nations.
Right.
He wouldn't have accepted people from other nations. Oh, you're a Hamite and you're from the line of Ham, destroy them. Even though God commanded them to destroy him and he knew that they wasn't going to destroy him. Why? Only God knew why. Time see.
The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself. Above
The Lord thy God had what?
Had chosen thee.
Had chosen thee
to be a special
to
people.
be a peculiar people. To be a special people unto himself. Why God chose these people? What is the reason why God chose these people to be so special unto him? Because of one man. One man. And because God chose this one man, he can never do away with his seed. Learn righteousness. Me and you is friends. Me and this God is friends. I could never get into anything with his children. I could never get into anything with his seed because me and their father are friends. The good that a person does never dies out. We're going to get into that later. When Saul told the Kenites, he said, depart. But the good that a person does never die out. Never. So because of that, I can never get into anything with a person that their father did me good in the past. I don't care how long. Certain things has to be looked over. Certain things because of your father, listen, we can't have no war, but stay away from me. I can't deal with you no more. But we ain't going to have no beef.
We still not going to.
Certain people can't be no war. I remember two people that fed me and fed my house, my father's house, when we ain't had Chief Amos and Chief Hezekiah.
That's a fact.
Chief Amos and Chief Hezekiah.
The only ones we ate from too.
The only ones. Some people fed us and talked about it. We ain't always had. Israelites. Be full about it. But I say that to say this. These are things that we can't forget.
No.
The righteousness in you will not allow you to forget certain things. The righteousness that you have in you will not allow you to go overboard with this person because of the deed of his father or what his father did for my father.
This guy's a creep. His father. He's a creep.
This, like the brother yesterday said, man, this guy's a creep.
He's a creep. He's really a creep.
He said, but I gotta look over that because of what his father did. So now the only way we're gonna keep this in mind, we gotta get rid of self-esteem. We gotta get rid of pride. We gotta get rid of stop thinking about self, me. Because it ain't all about me. It ain't. There's a way of righteousness and there's a way that God prescribed for man to live. There's a way that God accepts. There's a way that if we walk in these ways that God accepts, he will elevate you and pick you up. Didn't he tell Abel that? He said, if you take team, if you do good, he said, I will accept you. I will exalt you. So the only way to be accepted of God, we got to do good. The good is what? According to what God said is good. Not according to what you think is good. And don't tell me I violated if I ain't violate God. I didn't violate God. I didn't violate what God said. And what I didn't violate God. So don't tell me I violated because God don't look at me as wrong.
That's right.
Read.
The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Verse 7. The Lord
Wait, go back.
The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself.
The Lord thy God has chosen thee to be a special people unto himself.
Above all people.
All people
that are upon the face of the earth.
That are upon the face of the earth. Read.
The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were more in number than any people. For ye were the fewest of all people. But because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he has sworn unto your fathers, hath the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
That's what connected God to us. Because he kept his oath, kept his bond, he kept his word, delivered the nation of Israel from a people, from the Egyptians, and he kept his oath with Abraham. Then he went into oath again with the nation of Israel at the grounds of Mount Sinai. He said, that day was the day that you became my people and I became your God. So because I opened you up and showed you certain things, because you seen them things that I did for you, what's the word? I look towards you to follow after my laws. You ain't got no choice. That's the word. I expect you to follow after my laws, commandments, and statutes. And if you don't follow my laws, commandments, and statutes, this and this will happen. That and that will happen. There's an effect. There's an effect. That's what's going to happen. There's an effect. What's going to happen when we don't follow God? Why? Because I expect you to follow this because of what I did for you.
Right. Said, therefore, thou shalt keep my commandments.
That's righteousness. Again, that's righteousness. Did you or did you not see that in David? Because David looked out for Nabal things. He said I was a wall to them. What you call them people? The raiders passed by. Didn't bother you. I protected this. He said, so therefore, he said, listen, you know what? I don't see why this guy can't give me no bread. He said, listen, go to this guy and see. You know what I mean? I forgot the right words. But go and get some food. When he went back, he goes talking about, he said, who is this king of David? Who is this David? He said, I don't know. He started talking and talking. The men went back, told David, King David. David said, man, listen here, man. He said, 400, let's go. 200, stay here with the stuff. So we wiping everything out. But God stopped him. Why? Because it wasn't the right thing to do. Not because of what he said, like I hear some people say. Not because of what he said. It was because of his actions and what he didn't do. I protected you, and you didn't repay me back with good by sending me some food. Isn't that the way God thinks? Isn't that the way God moves? Because of what I did for you, O nation of Israel, I expect you to follow these laws, commandments, and statutes. And realize something. And I noticed this with my pops. When God revealed himself to you to a certain extent, there's no way you can go back. Because anybody who God revealed himself to or show himself to, before you go back all the way, he gonna kill you. Yeah, he gonna put you down. Heavy. He gonna put you down before you. He ain't gonna allow you to go off. He gonna put you down, man. Go ahead.
Know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God.
Know therefore that what?
That the Lord thy God, he is God.
The Lord thy God, he is God. The who?
The faithful God.
The faithful God.
Which keepeth covenant.
Which keepeth covenant.
And mercy.
Keep his agreement.
And mercy.
And mercy.
With them that love him.
With them that love him. How do you show your love for God? You can't kiss him and hug him. The only way to show your love for God is to keep his word. The only way, you see, love, you got to realize something. Love is an action word. Love is not spoken. Love is shown. You show your love by doing certain things. You show your love for your husband by following and doing what he said. You show your love for your parents by following and doing what he or she said. I don't have to go back and forth. That's what mom said.
Hey.
I ain't what am I doing going back and forth. Bite your tongue. Okay, Iman, no problem. No problem, Iman, no problem. You gotta catch yourself. Because the evil in you will make you go back and forth. We ain't perfect. The natural instinct. Go back and forth with your mother and your father. Just to have an answer. And then you start feeling the way.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You better rule that spirit and catch yourself. Yield and submit. But a righteous person, a person that's always on the self, that person, those are the type of the people that's gonna pick it out and see. Say, oh, you gonna correct yourself. Say, hey, I made a mistake. I made an error here. By all means, apologize. I'm sorry, Abba. Oh, I'm sorry, Imam. Oh, what happened? Man, I was going back and forth with you right there, man. The first time you said it, I should have just said, okay, that's it. That's it.
That's right.
Ain't nothing else to say after.
That's right.
That's why Abba said, leave it. Okay, Abba. Oh, that's what Imam said. Oh, leave it. Okay, Imam.
You see, they repeat themselves again.
Yeah, they keep saying the same thing. And you saying the same thing. Leave that alone.
Every time
There's no battle or you trying to win a war with your parents.
no win. There's no win.
It's no win.
Okay.
It's no win. Those ways are the ways for destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Destruction, man.
Right.
You are walking in a way that is not accepted of God.
Mm-hmm.
And these things deplete you. These things weakens you. These things drop your level of righteousness. Now what happened now? After I done dropped in the eyes of God, now I'm not favorably accepted now. Because I done did something, or I did things that God is against.
Right. That's right.
Do we realize this, man? We learn these laws so that we can better ourselves before God.
That's it.
When we don't better ourselves before God, our level of righteousness drops.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're not accepted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now you're not the elect. Now you ain't chosen. Oh, Israel. We the chosen ones, man. We ain't chosen nothing.
Right.
We got to make ourselves chosen. We got to make ourselves chosen by the things that we do in life that is accepted of God to be chosen. I'm telling these people about they chosen. We the chosen people. Yeah, we chosen if we do the things that God loves.
Right.
Only.
That's right.
When we don't do the things that God loves, you ain't chosen no more. Because you ain't chosen because you're black, and you ain't Israel because you're black. I'm telling the people foolishness. I'm telling the people foolishness. God said, my people shall hear my voice. A stranger will not follow. So you could be black as tar.
Mm-hmm.
He said Israel's a speckled bird.
You could be black as this man's shirt. God said Israel is a speckled bird. We come in all shades. All shades. All shades. People look at other people. The father's a chief. I'm going to speak on it.
You got to.
The father is a chief man. And then they look at his son as a baggage handler.
No good. No good.
That's not good, man. That's not good. That's not
No,
good.
it's not.
That's not good.
No.
And there was
They're
only
racist.
there was only certain people today that's able to make chief friend and chief and princes. There's only
Right.
3 men.
That's right.
3 men. All right? 3. I'm going to show you these dudes as racist. I'm not even going to go there, man. You people is something else, man.
You don't have to.
You people is something else, man. You people is something else. Talking about Israel. To be chosen of God, we got to clean our ways up, man.
That's right. That's right.
We got to clean our ways up, man.
Stop balding your head.
That's what you need to worry about. Stop balding your heads and shaving your face. Show me where in the book said it's okay to bald and shave your face. And then when you do that, then we can talk about the book.
Stop balding your head, Prince man.
Come on, man. You people is something else, man.
Kid.
You people is something else. You people is something else. Calling them what? You should be. You really think God is looking at you as my people? No. Because if you're God's people, you live your life according to what God says.
God said no things.
You live according to what God says, man. If you ain't living according to what God says, he said, what, okay, let's go over to prophecy now, right? He said, Lo Ami. You know what Lo Ami means? You are not my people. He said, and I am not your God.
That's it.
I am not your God, and you are not my people, because my people will hearken to my voice. You will hearken to my voice and follow this. Now we got people that comes up on the beamer and the dude bald. He more bald than Mr. Clean. You can see you can see your facial expressions on top of his bald head.
See the reflection.
But you talking about Israel. You're talking about my people. And then when you talk like that, when you listen, you walking around with these bald heads, do you really expect anything to come from that? Ain't no wisdom gonna come from that. But these are the people that we push up. Oh, chief of chief so-and-so. Prince so-and-so. You're not standing up on this beamer and you bald.
Okay.
You're not coming up here and you bald. Dudes have hair on the top. They bald the size of their head.
The difference. See, that's the difference. That's the difference. You said it. You ain't coming up there bald.
Facts.
That's the difference.
Facts.
That's the difference.
Come on, man. Come on, man. There's a way to serve this God. There's a way to serve this God, and we read it in the book.
That's the only way.
There's only one way to serve this God, and you read it in the book. Here. Any other way will not be tolerated or accepted by God, and it ain't be tolerated and accepted by me. I will always talk against a bald head.
That's right.
You want to walk around bald, then that's your problem. Don't tell me I offend you. What about you offending God? Yeah.
Okay.
You have offended God. Because every week I walk by the barber shop and you're sitting in the chair getting the Caesar. Out your cotton picking mind, man.
Just like the rest.
You're just like the people. Facts. Tom sheet.
Just like the rest.
Verse 9. Know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God, the faithful God.
Faithful God. Wait. Faithful God. Which means what? These are attributes that we need to acquire. Characteristics that we need to acquire. Faithfulness. Okay? A faithful person has a conscience. And a person that has a conscience will begin to make amends with God. Go ahead, read.
Which keepeth covenant and mercy with them.
Which keep his agreement and mercy with who?
With them
With
that
them
love him.
That love him.
And keep his commandments to 1,000 generations.
That's right. Read.
And repay them that hate him to their face. To destroy them.
Repay them that hate him to his face. You know that, man? There is a repayment. There's a reaction for every. My father used to say that. He said, "There's to every action
there was an equal.
There's an opposite and
was,
equal reaction." That's right. That's right. That's right. Just keep those words. Keep God's words. And you know what else? You know what the Proverbs say? What the son does, a wise son hearkens to the instructions of his father.
Yeah.
The instructions of your father never dies. Even though he ain't here no more, but we still remember quotes and instructions, how we was instructed, and we use those quotes and those instructions to guide your own life. Certain things he said never do.
Never allow.
Certain things he said never to allow.
Never say.
Certain people he said watch. Keep them at a distance. No beef. It's no problem. It's squash. But just watch it. Because these people haven't changed. Be aware. Instructions of your father, man. Instructions of your mother. Remember those things.
You're right.
Tom Sheep.
He will not be slack to him that hated him.
He will not be slack. Which means he ain't going to hold back against the ones that despise God. How we show hatred before God? How do we show hatred before God? Let's start with a woman. And then we're going to talk about both sides. But I'm going to be specific. All right, we're going to go to the point. When we violate the laws of God, it denotes hatred. That's it. Plain and simple. So when you know of something to be lawful and right and you go against it, it denotes hatred for God. It denotes hatred for God. Plain and simple.
God keep going against me. He must.
Plain and simple. But we look and say, "Oh, we're chosen. We're blessed." I don't see us being blessed at all. Because we do things that causes us to be cursed. We do things to make God look at us and say, we are a cursed people. Why? Because we do the things that bring about curses. We do the things that bring about curses by going against and rebelling against facts. Going against the orders and the facts of God, that God has standards that God has set up. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt therefore keep the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which I command thee this day to do them. Wherefore it shall come to pass, if ye hearken to these judgments and keep and do them, that the Lord thy God shall keep unto thee the covenant and the mercy which he sware unto thy fathers.
So it goes hand in hand. In order for God to keep his agreement, we got to keep our bargain first. If we don't keep our bargain, then God ain't going to keep his agreement. That's it. Go ahead.
For he will love thee and bless thee and multiply thee. He will also bless the fruit of thy womb and the fruit of thy land, thy corn, thy wine, and thine oil, the increase of thy kind.
You know what that means? When God bless the fruit of your womb, when you have a child with Down syndrome, your womb ain't blessed. When you have a child, and next thing, the child dies inside the woman's stomach, it ain't blessed. Those are curses. Those are iniquities that's riding that child from in the womb. What iniquities is riding? Whose iniquities is riding that child from the womb? The parents' iniquities, the father's sins. God is remembering the sins upon his son. Like Exodus 20 said. He said, I will remember the sins or the iniquities of the fathers. He said, upon the children, upon the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. That's what Exodus 20 said. So in order for God not to visit my sins upon my son, I have to live my life in a righteous way. I have to live my life according to what God says. Go ahead, read.
In the land which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee. Verse 14. Thou shalt be blessed above all people. There shall not be a male or female barren among you or among your cattle.
Thou shalt be blessed among all people. Hey, brother, shalom, brother. How you doing, man? Bless. Hey, brother, how you doing? Blessings. Bless. The person saying bless. The person saying, I bless. Hey, brother, how you doing, man? I'm shining, brother. I'm shining. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man. Please. Please. Bless. I'm shining. How you bless and you're shining, but you go against everything that God says? The only thing that's going to make you blessed, we got to follow the things that God says to be blessed. In order to shine before God, we got to follow the things that will make us shine.
That's right.
Stop staying home by choice. The camp right around the corner. Right here. Brother decided to stay home and not congregate.
Cut off, man.
He decided to stay home and not congregate. That was a law that was established by God. It's mandatory by God. There are days where we must congregate, a holy gathering. And the gathering is a gathering of people.
That's right.
You cannot gather staying home. When God said rest, yanak, the word yanak means what? To desist. It don't mean rest. So by me staying home and resting is not keeping the Sabbath day. The word rest, yanak, means to desist or to stop work, stop from creating. So when it says that God rested on the Sabbath day, God didn't rest. He stopped from creating. He stopped from creating because he created everything in 6 days. First day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day. On the seventh day, he rested. He desisted from creating, looked at his work. He said it was perfect. It was perfect. It was perfect. Nothing was done by science. You know why? I refuse to say science. Because when you say science and you add science, guess what? You're saying that God don't have the power of the spoken word.
Science move on his own.
No. Because if God created the earth by science, then the herb yielding seed wouldn't have grown before the sun. The herb yielding seed grew first, and then the sun came after. So you can't say it's a greenhouse effect,
Ain't no science.
photosynthesis, and all these foolishness that people want to add on. You know why? Because they want to look smart. But the Antons and the man,
Get out of here with that.
What are you teaching? A science class?
Word, get out of here. You sound stupid, bro.
Let's keep it here. Let's keep it right here.
You sound very
Let's
stupid.
keep it here.
I'm a teacher in school and teach that.
Come on, man.
This ain't PS13.
You can't even teach that in public school, brother. You sound dumb. Out of here, man.
Tell me shit.
And the Lord will take away from thee all sickness, and will put none of the evil diseases of
You
Egypt.
hear that? It said God will take away what?
All sickness.
All sickness. Sickness comes from God.
That's right.
God made you sick because of some type of mishaps or something that I came up short with. In violation of the commandment and the statutes of God. Go ahead.
And put none of the evil diseases of Egypt, which thou knowest, upon thee,
Uh-huh.
but will lay upon them all them that hate thee.
Uh-huh.
And thou shalt consume all the people which the Lord thy God shall deliver,
Uh-huh.
which the Lord thy God shall deliver thee. Thine eyes shall have no pity upon them, neither shalt thou serve their gods,
Uh-huh.
but that will be a snare unto thee.
Because that will be a snare unto thee. You know what's a snare? You're going to trap yourself. You're going to trap yourself. You're going to be tempted. You're going to be tempted. When you go around certain avenues and certain things and certain people, and you have not conquered certain things within you, and you go around it, you're going to give in. You're going to give in. You're going to give in. See, when you decide not to be promiscuous, that's the only way you won't sleep around. You have to decide within yourself not to be promiscuous. So when a person or when a female invites you over and you know that's one of your weaknesses, you're going to refrain from going. Because you ain't my wife. You're not my woman. And if I go there with smokes and drinks, you already know what's going to happen after the smoke and drink. But the only way you're going to make that decision, you got to make that decision with yourself, not to be promiscuous before God. You got to make that decision with yourself. You have to decide to do these things. You have to make your mind up. But we violate the commandments and the statutes of God because our minds are not made up. That's why. Read on.
If thou shalt say in thine heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispossess them?
And who said that?
Israel.
Israel did that. Israel said that. In the time of Joshua, they went to spy out the land. These people came back with an evil report talking about they're like giants to us. We're like ants. We was good. And they complained. They get an evil report against the land. But it was only two people that was confided and stood up and stood their grounds with God. Joshua and Caleb. What God said about those two? He said, because they followed me wholeheartedly. So when you follow God 100%, you don't have doubts about nothing. You don't doubt.
That's right.
You don't doubt nothing. Because you believe in God 1,000% that he'll get you out of any whatever you're in. Gotta get you out.
Thou shalt not be afraid of them.
He said don't be afraid of them. And they had a chance. They had a chance to rectify it. Joshua and Caleb said, hey, ease the people, easy. He said, they're like bread for us. He said, God is with us. Let's go over and take the land. They should have left it right there.
But they said no.
They kept going.
And they wanted to stone Moses.
They weren't going. Stone Moses, and they wanted to stone Moses and Aaron. God said, all right, from 20 on up, died in the wilderness.
That's it.
After they heard that, now they want to run up there.
Too late.
Listen. Now that should tell you one thing. Yeah, they was my brothers. And we're brothers, we're Israel, we're one people. Moses said, don't go up. God is not with you.
He's not going to be with you. Don't go.
Learn the lesson with this. And it stands now. We got to know who we ride with. Oh, that's my brother. Yeah, but your brother is wrong with God. Now what happened now? God ain't with him. You go up there, you won't fall too. Why you think Moses didn't go up with his brothers? He said, hey, don't go up there. I'm not going with you. I already told you, do not go. They went up and got chased. They went up there and got chased. If I see you ain't living right with God, and I could discern where, listen, bro, you messing up. You messing up. I can't be running with you and you messing up because I'm going to get hit too. Look what happened to Ahab.
That's right.
And the other king. What's the king name? Jehoshaphat. They switched attire. They switched attire. They switched attire.
He said, you keep your king stuff on.
He said, switch the attire. The king took his cleaning and power, put it on him. This one put it on him. Next thing, he looked. The Jehoshaphat got scared, got cornered. He like, yo, what's going on? He didn't know what was going on.
Right out the gun.
But an arrow got shot at adventure and hit Ahab. Hit Ahab, man. But Ahab ain't do nothing. You know why I say that? Everything that was done, it was because of his wife. Everything that was done was because of his wife, and God charged him.
So you
Came to him, he said, man, what?
So you can get touched by the woman you're messing with.
That's right. That's right. You could get touched by the woman that you're messing with. And guess what? I'm going to go a little deeper. The woman that you're messing with, you allow her to follow in her own wanton ways that is against God, and I still remain with her. And I still remain with her. Which means you accept it. So now God gonna hit you because you accepted things. You done accepted the things that God hates. If I'm rocking with you and I'm looking at you as my wife and I'm looking at you as a true wife and I want to marry you and we're going to get in together, you got to accept this.
That's right. Yeah.
You have to accept my God.
You got to accept this first before we even move on. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not be afraid of them. But thou shalt well remember what the Lord thy God did unto Pharaoh and unto all Egypt.
Say, what you got again?
Thou shalt not be afraid of them. But shalt well remember what the Lord thy God did unto Pharaoh and unto all Egypt. The great temptation which thine eyes saw.
Which thine eyes have seen. Who seen? Israel. God did.
They witnessed
it. They witnessed it themselves. God put them through it. To prove these people. Go ahead and read the great temptation.
Which thine eyes saw, and the signs, and the wonders, and thy mighty hand, and the stretched out arm, whereby the Lord thy God brought thee out. So shall the Lord thy God do unto all the people of whom thou art afraid. Moreover, the Lord thy God will send a hornet among them, until they that are left and hide themselves from thee be destroyed. Thou shalt not be. I'm at 21 now.
Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not be affrighted at them, for the Lord thy God is among you, a mighty God and terrible. And the Lord thy God will put out those nations before thee by little, that thou mayest not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon thee.
God, he said, man, listen, I'm not going to wipe them out all once, man. I don't do everything all one time. Little by little, in time, steps, stages, degrees. God don't rush and do nothing. God takes his time when he's doing certain things, giving people a chance to rectify themselves. But if you don't rectify yourself and correct yourself with God, then the action continues. Like he told Zedekiah, he said, listen, I'm going to give you a chance, man. Babylon is on its way right now. But if you do this one thing, I will turn Babylon back. He said, one thing. He said, release your brother that you got as bondmen, that you got as servants. He said, release them. Then they released them, went back and turned them back in subjection. He said, see? He said, Babylon coming. At that point in time, when he said Babylon was coming, nothing Zedekiah could have done to change that.
That was their last shot.
Nothing. That was their last shot.
Give them one last chance.
One last chance. And this is why certain things, when we get so far into wickedness, we can't change the order already. Because we let it go but so far. You let it go beyond the limit when we had a chance to change the circumstances and change it. We let it go too far.
Call it the window of opportunity.
The window of opportunity has been shut.
The window was shut.
Shut. Read.
But the Lord thy God shall deliver them unto thee, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction until they be destroyed. And he shall deliver their kings into thine hand, and thou shalt destroy their name from under heaven. There shall no man be able to stand before thee until thou have destroyed them. The graven images of their gods shall ye burnt with fire.
Fesile Elohim. All right? Fesile Elohim. The word Fesile comes from the root word fasal. Fasal means rejected, disqualified. Okay? They're rejected and disqualified by God. Because go ahead, read.
The graven images of their gods shall ye burn with fire. Thou shalt not desire the silver or gold that is on them, nor take it unto thee, lest thou be snared therein. For it is an abomination to the Lord.
All right, God. What is abomination? Something that is detestable by God, right? Chains. Now, this is another height in righteousness where we gotta we gotta be aware of. We let people in here with chains, but we don't know what the chain was used for. The chain could have been used to hold up a cross. And because the cross is not on that chain, the chain is still an abominable chain. It's a dedicated thing. It was used to hold up a cross. So the chain can't come in here neither.
That's right.
That's why we don't go to pawn shops and buy jewelry, because the chains could have been used to hold up a cross. Right. It could have been used to hold up a JC head.
People to vote.
So now this is even deeper. People come into your house, they got chains. Hey, listen here. That chain can't come in here. You got to find out how the person. You buy it brand new. Did you go to the pawn shop? If you bought it brand new out of the jewelry store, that's okay.
That's right.
Jewelry store.
Out of the jewelry store. That's the only way a chain or any type of jewelry can come in here. Because these jewelry and chains are abominable. It's detestable. Okay, go ahead, read.
Neither shalt thou bring an abomination into thy house. Lest thou be a cursed thing like it.
Now, lest thou be a cursed thing like it. The chain is abominable. God gonna look at you as an abomination, detestable, hated. You know what the word, right? He said, but thou shalt utterly detest it, and thou shalt utterly abhor it, for it is a cursed thing. Right? A cursed thing, a kerem. Kerem means a devoted thing. Kerem means set apart for a particular use. A dedicated thing. A dedicated thing. Let's cut that. And we are going to go to a little prophecy now. Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 15. Read about King Saul. 1 Samuel chapter 15.
Samuel also said unto Saul, The Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts. I remember that.
It says, Samuel also said unto Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint thee. Who did the anointing? Kings got anointed. And who else got anointed? The priests got anointed. So why are we call people Kohanes? Or why are people looking at themselves as priests and high priests if you wasn't anointed? There's an
For that title?
For that title, to be a king, you got to be anointed. To be a priest or high priest, you got to be anointed.
The high priest has to be consecrated by a holy man.
And they got to be consecrated both by a holy man. Who God has chosen. So wow, people, that's why when people tell me, oh, Kohen so-and-so, I call you by your name.
You don't have to.
You are not no Kohen to me.
You don't have the blood.
You ain't no king to me.
On your right thumb and your right toe. And
okay?
Your tip of your right ear.
So
you don't have these.
Don't look for me to call you Kohen. Kohen so-and-so. Oh, Kohen. Shalom, Kohen. Kohen. One person said Kohen Hagadol. They put the rattle Hagadol. The big priest, the high priest. Come on, you serious?
Retarded.
Are you really the high priest?
Last high priest we had.
When was the last high priest?
Before 70 AD.
That's right.
After 70 AD.
And the last high priest, if I'm thinking, was the time. No, I think it was. Was it the time when Doeg? Yeah, another high priest before that. After that.
Yeah,
okay.
You go back to the Maccabees time.
Yeah.
That's the last of the priests.
Yeah.
In that era. I think it was Onias. His name was Onias.
There was ain't no more high priest, man. Go ahead, read.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel. How he laid.
I remember what Amalek did to Israel. Israel was God's chosen people. Mm-hmm. And anybody that did Israel any harm, God remembered them. God remembered them. We can't never be cool because you turned against my people. You turned against the man that I chose. You turned against the man that I chose, his seed. Amalek was Esau's grandson. Okay? And do we realize how God will visit a father's sin or what a father does upon a whole tribe? Upon a whole tribe?
Yeah. Yeah.
The Amalekites.
It affects everything that comes from them.
Agag. God turned against that whole tribe. Against that whole tribe. Okay? Now, Amalek, what did Amalek do? See, this is why you don't put the horse before the carriage. That's correct. If you have read 1 Samuel 15 before you read Exodus, then you would not have known what Amalek did. That's why my father used to always say, he said, man, listen here. He said, make sure you're grounded in that law before you start going all over the place. And guess what? I've been raised, my father raised me up in these laws. And I know how many times I read the first 5. I'm still reading the first 5. It never stops. That's the first thing I go to.
That's the anchor.
It's that first 5.
That's the source.
Because when you're grounded in that first 5, you won't be confounded. When you're grounded in that law, you won't be confused. Confounded means confused. You won't be confused, man.
Won't be let off.
Won't be let off. Everything else will be in place. And that's why I remain in that first 5. Yeah, I read other books. But my main reading is in that first 5.
The most time is in the law.
Most of my reading is in that first 5. And that's what I told people. Yo, read this, read it. You know what the person said? Oh, I read it already. Okay, read it again. It's never enough. Go ahead, read. Okay. Now Esau's grandson, what Amalek did was he started hitting the stragglers.
Yeah.
He started hitting the stragglers. When we was leaving out of Egypt, he was hitting us from behind.
Ambushed us.
Ambushed us from behind. Right.
The woman up.
Yeah. Right. And that's what took place. And because he did that, God held that against him.
He didn't like that move.
No, he didn't like it. He didn't like that move. Go ahead, read.
Thus said the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way, when he came up from Egypt. Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they had, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and
suckling,
ox and sheep, camel and
ass.
Everything was
God said, don't listen. God tells us what to have mercy for.
Yeah.
If he said don't have no mercy for this particular thing, this ain't the time to have mercy. Bringing back this one and saving the best. God ain't tell you that. He said destroy and wipe everything out. At that point in time, a woman just had a baby.
She did.
Look, the baby dead and the woman is dead. But people look at that and say, no, the baby's innocent.
God knows.
God said it ain't innocent.
God knows it's innocent.
God said it's not innocent. So it comes a certain point in time in life where God said slay everything.
Because everything is so corrupt.
Everything was corrupt. The baby gonna grow up. The baby gonna grow up corrupt. You don't think God knows? Look, God knows how. God knows the future. God knows. Go ahead, read.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 4. And Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv. That's Tel Aviv right there.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
200,000 footmen.
200,000 footmen.
And 10,000 men of Judah.
And 10,000 men of Judah. Read.
And Saul came to a city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley. And Saul said unto the Kenites, go, depart.
Okay, now, what did the Kenites, you know how many years that was? And that's the reason why I said the good that a person does never dies. We always got to remember the good that a person did for you. It never dies. It's held in high degree, high standards.
Hundreds of years later.
That's right. Hundreds of years later. So the Kenites, right? The Kenites is also Jethro. Jethro is from those people also. And right. The Kenites rode and moved with Judah and Simeon to acquire or to get their certain portions, to get certain things, certain portions, and was given an option to return to their land. But they refused. They refused to return. They said, no, we stand. They stand.
And they show kindness.
And they showed kindness to the nation of Israel. To the nation. Look at Jethro. Jethro showed Israel kindness. When he accepted them and fed them, they ate bread. So the good that a person does never dies.
No.
Never dies. We always got to remember that. We can't allow our emotions to get the best of us.
Mm-hmm.
We can't allow our emotions to get the best of us. Go ahead, read.
And Saul said unto the Kenites, Go, depart, get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For ye showed kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites. And Saul smote the Amalekites.
They showed kindness to who?
To all the children of
Israel. All the children of Israel.
When they came up out of Egypt.
That was the time of Jethro.
Right.
That was the time of Jethro. Now that what I've said, that's two different times. That what I said before with Kenites and Judah and Simeon, that was later on. That was later. But this time is talking about the time with Jethro. Go ahead, read.
And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thou comest to Shur, that is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. But Saul and the people spared Agag. Verse 9.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
But Saul and the people spared Agag.
Saul and the people spared Agag.
And the best of the sheep.
The best of the sheep.
And the oxen.
And of the oxen.
And of the fatlings.
The fatlings.
And the land.
The land.
And all that was good.
And all that was good.
And would not utterly destroy
them.
But everything that was vile and refuse, that they destroyed utterly.
They thought they had a better idea than what God said. They thought they had a better idea than what God told them to do. So they saved the best of the sheep so they could set up for what? What do you think they're going to use those sheep, the best of the sheep, for sacrifice to offer to God? But God didn't want nothing back. Certain things is not accepted by God. And we think we could take certain things back to give it to God, but God don't want it back. See, this reminds me of the time with Dathan and the Bible when God said, listen, he said, don't touch nothing of theirs. Because of what they did that was against God, nothing of everything that belonged to them was cursed automatically. Go ahead.
Then came the word of the Lord unto Samuel, saying, It repented me that I had set up Saul to be king.
He said, Moses said, he said, man, it repented me that I set up Saul
to be king.
Right? To regret. He said, I regretted it, man. I regret that I set this guy up to be king. Because when you regret, I'm disappointed. Yeah. I didn't expect this from you. I expected you to follow. See, God don't force people to do nothing. He give you the command and they step out and leave. Leave it to yourself to see if you're going to do the right thing or you're going to follow your own wanting ways, what you want to do. Ain't that what he did? Again, he did it to Adam and Eve. People say, oh, why he didn't restrain Eve from eating? Because that's not how God works. God show you, give you the command, and he step out to see what you choose, because then and only then I will know what you choose, what you really choose, what you really want to do. How do you really want to live your life? Go ahead, read.
It repented me that I had set up Saul to be king. For he has turned back from following me. And has not performed my commandments. And it grieved Samuel. And he cried unto the Lord all night.
And they grieved Samuel, and they cried unto the Lord all night. What God was grieved with, Samuel was grieved by it. Because he was one with God. That's why he was grieved with the same thing that God was grieved with. Go ahead, read.
And when Samuel rose up early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he set him up a place, and is gone about, and passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, Blessed be thou the Lord, I have performed the commandment of the Lord. And Samuel said, What meaneth then this bleating of the sheep? He said, I
perform the commandment of God. That should tell you right there that he's losing it now. Because he's talking about he performed the commandment of God, but he didn't. Why is Agag still alive? Why is the sheep and all these oxen still alive? What are these things doing here if you perform the commandment of God? Go ahead, read.
What meaneth then this bleating of the sheep in mine ears, and the lowing of the oxen which I hear? And Saul said, they had brought them from the Amalekites. For the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen to sacrifice unto the Lord thy God, and the rest we have utterly destroyed.
There you go. Put the blame on the people, but you're the king.
Yeah.
You are
You're in
the
charge.
king. You are in charge.
Right.
It is your job to make sure that the people follows God's order.
That's your responsibility.
Follow your responsibility, that the people follow the commands of God. The same thing with a man in the household. It is your job to command your household according to what God says. So when the people or when the household is not following in accordance with what God says, the man is to blame.
That's right.
The husband is to blame. The man in the house is to blame, not the woman. She's only doing what you accept her to do, what you allow her to do. Go ahead.
Then Samuel said unto Saul, stay, and I will
He
tell
said, hey,
thee.
don't go nowhere. He said, stay right here. He said, I'm going to show you what God, I'm going to tell you. Hey, read.
And I will tell thee what the Lord had said
I'm
to
going
me
to tell
this
you
night.
what the Lord said unto thee this night.
And he said unto him, say on. And Samuel said, when thou wast little in thine own sight, wast thou not made the head of the tribes of
He
Israel?
said, when you was little in your own sight, you was a nobody. You was little, least looked upon. He said, God made you king over a nation of people. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord anointed thee king over Israel. And the Lord sent thee on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the sinners.
Go and utterly destroy the sinners. That should ring a bell. Which means we got to stay away from sin in order for God not to hate us. We got to stay away from iniquity so that God won't despise you. Because we got the erroneous idea and we've been brainwashed by people because people said God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. So his only begotten son has died for our sins, which is all crap.
That's right. That's right.
God don't love the world. You know why God don't love the world? Because we do the things that God hates.
That's right.
We have a book that shows us and tells us the things that God hates, and we have a book that shows us the things that God loves. And in order for God to have any type of love for you, we got to be following things that God says.
That's right.
No one can null the laws. No one can do away with what God says.
No.
You cannot void these things. There's no way around it. There's no way around this.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
And the Lord sent thee on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore then didst thou not obey the voice of the Lord?
So why you ain't obey God? Why you ain't obey the voice of God?
But didst fly upon
You flew against the spoil
and did evil in the sight
and
of the
did
Lord.
evil in the sight of God.
And Saul said
Look at what Saul said.
unto Samuel, yea, I have obeyed the voice
He's
of the Lord.
still saying that he obeyed the voice of God. He still don't see it. And guess what? These are the ways and the actions that God has blocked, and he has clouded your vision, and you only have you have tunnel vision. You only see it in one way. You continue to tell the person, yo, man, but you're wrong. Look, the book said you shouldn't do this, and the book said this, and this, and this, and this. No, and everything that you're saying is going in one ear and out the other. At that point in time, you cannot discern and see what state of mind you are in that God has put you in.
Mm-hmm.
You could see it
Mm-hmm.
because you ain't there. You are not there, and you're trying to explain to them and show them, but you're never gonna see it because you done went too far.
Too far.
You went too far in offending God. You know you can offend God.
Yeah.
When we do things that is against what God says, you offend him.
That's right. That's right.
Offense. Go ahead, read.
But Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord, and have gone the way which the Lord sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took up the spoil, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed, to sacrifice unto the Lord thy God in Gilgal. And Samuel said, Had the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings?
You think has the Lord had great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices? The only reason why burnt offerings and sacrifices and sin offerings is because we transgress.
Right. That's the cause.
That's the cause of sacrifices and offerings.
Right.
To regain favor before God. Go ahead, read.
Has the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord?
None of that is above obeying God. Because if you obey God and hearken to what he says, then you wouldn't have to set up no burnt offerings and sacrifices.
The priest ain't got to make an atonement.
Priest ain't got to make no atonement. Go ahead.
Behold, to obey is better than
sacrifices.
And to hearken than the fat of rams.
Read.
For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
For rebellion. What is rebellion? Rebellion is to go against a rule or established facts. A rule or established facts. And these rules and established facts are the rules and established facts of God.
That's it.
That God has set up. And when you go against that, you're a rebel. That's rebellion.
Yeah.
That's the world.
Yeah.
Rebellion is as what? He compared rebellion to the sin. Is as iniquity or sin of witchcraft. Now, Awen means sin, iniquity. It also means unjust. Okay? When we sin, we're unjust. When we transgress and break God's commandments, we are unjust before God. We're unjust. And he compared that to witchcraft. What is witchcraft? Witchcraft is a whole number of things. One of the main witchcraft that's known and that is done when people go to find out their future. Palm readers. You go get your palm read. You want to find out your future. I want to find out if my wife is cheating. Or I want to find out if my man is cheating. So you got to get a couple of his personal belongings, give me his name, and they start doing their own thing. Go ahead, read. It said, rebellion is as a sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. And the word for idolatry is teraphims. Teraphims are domestic idols of human figures. Domestic idols of human figures. So we shouldn't have G.I. Joes in our houses. That's a human figure. People don't look at it as a god on the idol. It says toys. That's my daughter's or my son's toys. So you buy your daughter dolls. Buy your son G.I. Joe figures. Nah, man. We can't have that. Teddy bears. Not only girls have teddy bears, the men had teddy bears too. When I was growing up, The only ones that had teddy bears was girls. Little girls had teddy bears. Look, heathens, people that don't know God, you said, oh, no, leave your sister's toys alone. That's a teddy bear. Men don't play with teddy bears and dolls. Men used to tell this. Now, men buy their sons teddy bear. Look at the son. The son walk around with a nunu. You know what a nunu is? And I ain't know what a nunu is. Well, a nunu is a piece of rag. Take and love it. Play with it.
The
Blanket.
Security blanket.
Come on, man. Why are you raising your son to do? That's girly things. That's girly things. Leave that for the little girls to walk around with noodles and little rags and. Go ahead, read.
For rebellion is as a sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry.
Idolatry. You know what idolatry is? Idolatry is immoderate attachment or devotion to something. That's idolatry. Immoderate attachment, excessive attachment. You can't disattach yourself from the things that God hates. People, go ahead, read.
Because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, he hath also rejected thee from being king.
Yeah, he said, because thou hast rejected God. So your attachments and your devotion is going to be steered elsewhere. Your devotion to God is not going to be there. Your devotion is going to be, you're going to be devoted to other things that is not of God.
Yeah.
Your attachments is not going to be, that of God.
Right.
All right? He said, because thou hast despised or rejected. You know what reject means? To refuse to accept. To refuse to accept. And we have despised and rejected God, so God has refused and rejected us.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing like Cain and Abel. Got to always go back. Because these men set certain standards. God refused and rejected Cain because he was not good before God. So because God refused and rejected Cain, he refused and rejected his offering. He said, but Abel was accepted. Abel was accepted, and God, he said, he told Abel, he said, if you do good, I will exalt you. I will pick you up. Years and years and years went by. Cain did not do good. Cain did not improve. So therefore, because he didn't improve before God, he still was rejected. And the thing is that these people were able to tell when they was rejected and despised by God. They felt it. There was no communication. No communication. That's some real acceptance. For God to come to you in a vision and talk to you, man, you at a certain level of righteousness where you do something, he gonna put you in line immediately. Those people have no unhampered, no space to violate before God.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, read.
And Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord and thy word.
But look at Samuel. Look what Saul said. Saul has recognized his fault before God.
Mm-hmm.
We have a problem acknowledging our fault. We have a problem saying, well, you know what? I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I should not have done this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
That makes you a better person before
right.
God in the
That's
end.
Right. That's right.
You shouldn't have a problem accepting your fault.
That's right.
I go to my parents and you know what? I'm sorry, man. I apologize. I shouldn't have did that. I apologize. Sometimes a man goes ranting and raving and get crazy at times. We get crazy at times. And sometimes when I calm down, I go to my woman. I say, you know what, babe? I said, I'm sorry, babe. I said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted that way. And you know what she said? Oh, thank you, baby. Thank you. Because she realized that it ain't up to her. I'm going to come and apologize whenever I feel like it. If I feel like coming to you and say, yo, I'm sorry, baby.
That's right.
Hey, I'm sorry.
That's right.
And she looked and said, oh, baby, thank you. She thanks you. And said, oh, thank you. Because you know why? She appreciated it because you acknowledge your fault.
Yeah.
Sometimes we do things that is wrong.
That's right.
We acknowledge our fault, go back and say, yo, babe, I'm sorry, baby.
Yeah.
You know what? It's my fault.
Yeah.
Everything runs smoothly.
Appreciate you.
Everything runs smoothly.
That's right.
And then she began to appreciate you more because you're able to acknowledge your fault.
Mm-hmm.
But, all right? So that's life, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's just life, period.
That's right.
We got to be able to acknowledge our fault before God, number one. Number one. Read, go ahead.
And Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord and thy words, because I
have transgressed the commandment of God. Number one, read.
And thy words.
And then your words.
Mm-hmm.
And your words, read.
Because I feared the people.
Because he was afraid of the people.
And obeyed their voice.
And obeyed their voice. What verse you at?
I'm at 25.
25. He said, now therefore I pray thee, pardon my iniquity.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon is deeper than is deep. It means to forgive an error or an offense. I forgave your error. I forgave that mistake you done did, and I forgive you for that offense that you done. You're able to get a pass. I'm able to look past this.
Pardon is a pass.
That's right, Tom She.
And turn again with, he said, now therefore I pray thee, pardon my sin and turn again with me.
Now why he said pardon my sin and turn again with me? Because if he pardoned his iniquity and he forgave him, then he will be able to walk with him. But the only thing that caused the separation between Saul and Samuel was because he wasn't forgiven by Samuel. He didn't forgive him. She said, so therefore, he said, I'm not walking with you, man. I ain't going to worship with you because what you did was wrong. God ain't forgiving you, and I ain't forgiving you. God is despising you right now, and he hates you. So therefore, if God hates you, I can't walk with you. He rejected you. So I got to reject you. Go ahead, read.
Now therefore I pray thee, pardon my sin and turn again with me, that I may worship the Lord. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee, but thou hast rejected the word of the Lord. And the Lord.
So we got to watch who we worship. Now we bend our knee with. Because we go bend our knee with people that God has rejected.
Mm-hmm.
That God has rejected.
Mm-hmm.
We really got to be careful with who we pray with. Have to be. Tom She.
But thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, and the Lord hath rejected thee from being king over Israel. And as Samuel turned
At that point in time, Samuel knew that at that point in time, Samuel already knew what God has already wrecked the kingdom for me. He has rejected you as king. Go ahead, read.
And as Samuel turned about to go away,
Samuel spin. He about to walk away from him.
He laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle.
He laid hold upon his tuxedo and his lapels. That's not the dress wear of our people. That was not our dress wear. And when we dress in that form or in that manner, those are what you call strange apparel. A tuxedo and a suit and tie is a strange apparel before God. It's a foreign apparel. But people say it's not foreign. That's not a foreign apparel. The foreign apparel is the apparel with an idol. Well, show me where it says that.
I never read that.
I never read that the foreign apparel was the apparel that had idols.
Doesn't have to
and
have
deities.
Doesn't have to have
They don't have to have images. They don't have to have none of that on it. It's just an apparel that God did not
It's
accept.
a fashion that God did not accept.
That's it. Read.
And Samuel turned about to go his way. He laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle, and it rent. And Samuel said unto him, the Lord hath rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and hath given it to a neighbor of thine, that is better than thou. And also the strength of Israel will not lie nor repent.
And also the strength of Israel will not lie nor repent.
For he is not
Now,
a man.
the word for strength is nezak. Nun zadeh het. I went through this with my mom's last night, and when you look up the word nezak, it means perpetuity. It means eternity. All right? Right? Perpetuity, it means endless time.
Keep going.
There is no end. He keeps going. This is the description of a God. He keeps going, having no end and no beginning,
Right.
no limit or conclusion. He's infinite. He's forever.
Yeah.
God, a God don't die. If you're able to get caught and killed, you're not a God.
And put on the cross.
And put on the cross, you ain't God.
You're not God. God don't die.
God don't die.
He wasn't born.
And he wasn't born. He has no beginning of how he started. And he has no end of when he was ended.
And no man can do anything to him.
That's it. Eternity means infinite. Duration without beginning or end. Eternal existence.
Eternal one.
You know what eternal existence is? He said, I live forever.
Forever.
He said, I live forever.
Forever. This is beyond time. Forever.
There's no, you can't put a time on God.
Nope.
No.
Go ahead, read.
And also the strength of Israel would not lie nor repent, for he is not a man that he should repent. Then he said, I have sinned. Yet honor me now, I pray thee.
He said, I've sinned. He acknowledged. He said, I violated, man. I know I messed up. He said, but what?
Honor me
He said,
now.
honor me now. I pray thee
before the elders of my people. And before
and
Israel.
that held a lot of grounds.
Amongst heads.
Two heads. Two heads. Samuel and King Saul. Two heads. And the people cannot see these two heads clash. They couldn't see that. So therefore, that's why he said, listen, he said, honor me now before the eyes of these people. Go ahead.
Yet honor me now, I pray thee, before the elders of my people and before Israel, and turn again with me, that I may worship the Lord thy God.
That I may worship,
So,
yeah, read, go ahead.
so Samuel turned again after Saul,
Right.
and Saul worshiped the Lord. Then said Samuel, bring hither to me Agag, the king of the Amalekites. And Agag came unto him delicately. And Agag said, surely the bitterness of death is past.
Bitterness of death is past.
And Samuel said, as thy sword hath made woman childless, so shall thy mother be childless against men. Woman. Childless amongst women. And Samuel hewed Agag in pieces before the Lord in Gilgal. Then Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went up to his house to Gibeah of Saul. And Samuel came no more to see Saul until the day of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul, and the Lord repented that he had made Saul king over Israel.
Go to Proverbs 21. You see what he's Samuel, Proverbs 21. Samuel mourned for Saul. It was sad. It wasn't no good thing. It wasn't no good thing. It's not a good thing when people is going against God.
Yeah.
It's a sad thing
Yes, it
when
is.
you see people balding and
Right.
shaving and
Right.
doing things
Right.
that is contrary
Right.
and opposite.
That's
And
right.
look at the ways and the customs of these righteous people. We gotta be able to we gotta follow these footsteps of these men. Do you feel sorry to the point for these people that have turned against God? Do you feel for them like that? You feel sorry for these people? No, you don't.
So yeah, get him out of here.
No, get them out of here, man. These
Replace
bald-headed
them.
people. Why you like that? hard-headed people did this and you're talking like, no, man. No. That's not the way to go about it. It really ain't. That's not the ways our forefathers went about it. Go ahead, let's go to Proverbs. Go to Proverbs chapter 21.
The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord.
Wow. You hear that? You hear that?
The king's heart
The king's heart
is in the hand of the Lord.
is in the hands of God. You hear this, man?
He's got the whole world in his hand.
All right? Now, he said the king's heart is in the hands of God. Uh-huh.
As the rivers of water.
As the rivers of water,
He turneth it whithersoever he will.
the ways that they had chose to move was the order. God has ordered their ways. And they have moved according as God has moved them. Right? Go ahead, read.
Every way of a man is right in his own eyes.
Every way of man is right in his own eyes. No matter what you show them about what the book says. You show them it going to the Hebrew, but they put their own twist to it, and they continue to reject the things that you showed them that is against God, that is against what God said. Go ahead, read.
But the Lord pondereth the heart.
But the Lord pondereth the heart. Tokang. Tokang means to measure and to estimate.
Mhm.
Now, the word estimate reminds me of Job. Right? He says, now there was a day when the sons of God, B'nai Elohim,
SOG.
right? Sons of God, B'nai Elohim.
Sure.
And if I'm not mistaken, it said the same thing in Genesis 6.
Genesis.
B'nai Elohim. So which one is it? It's angels or men? Which one? In Job 1, it says, the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord. And Satan came also among them. Which means those was angels that came before God. Okay? And now Satan, who is Shatan, who is the adversary means to contend with, to oppose or to resist, to be opposite to withstand the forces, to charge with a fault or offense, which means they accuse you before you even did it.
Yeah.
Before you even violate the commandments and the laws of God, the adversary has already accused you. Because he done put it in your head, and you went according to what he put in your head.
Sounds really human. Talk about it.
You went and did according to what he put in your head. So now what happened now? Right? And the Lord said unto Satan, where you coming from? Whence comest thou? He said, then Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro in the earth, from walking up and down in it. And the Lord said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job? The word for considered means samta, seen, mem, tau. You know what that means? It means, did you evaluate him? Do you see his worth?
Mhm.
Huh? His value, meaning the degree or the stages of excellence.
Okay.
There are degrees and stages in righteousness. And when Job reached a certain degree and stage in righteousness, that God was able to make a bet with him in the heavens.
Talk about that.
He was able to bet on him. You see his degree and stages of righteousness, man? He says he's like no other. There's degrees and stages in this, right? Now, it also means eminent. It means to stand out. Yeah, now we can do certain things in the law that make you stand out like a sore thumb. Why? Because I begin to do things that these Israelites are not doing.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
There's nobody following. I don't see people doing the cleanliness law.
Who's doing that?
I don't see people doing the cleanliness law.
man.
And
Talk about it, bro.
And I never read
Talk about it.
what God said that when the chair becomes unclean by a woman that sit on it on her uncleanness, that it automatically becomes clean when she becomes clean.
Not true.
Who said that?
That's right.
Where you see that at in the book?
No. No.
Where in the world do you see that at?
That's right.
Please show me.
Mm-hmm.
Which means if a chair is unclean by a woman when she was unclean by her nidata, by her menstruation, that chair is unclean. And if you sit in that chair, you gotta wash.
Right.
And you gotta wash your clothes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why when Pop Deuce went into certain spots, he didn't sit down.
That's right.
Then you have people that laughed at him
That's right.
because he had his own chairs and he chained it up. This was done
Over 20 years.
since the 90s.
Yeah. Early 90s.
Chained it up and people laughed at him and made a
Yeah.
mockery.
Yeah.
Made a mockery at it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, go ahead, let's go back to where we was at.
Proverbs 21, verse 3.
Uh-huh.
To do justice and judgment is more acceptable.
Okay, it said, but the Lord pondereth the heart. The word pondereth, it means, number one, to measure. He said to choose or control with cautious restraints. God control, look, to choose or to control with cautious restraints. Wait. To regulate by standards. Read. He said what?
To do justice.
To do justice.
And
What is justice? Justice is conforming to truth. Justice is conforming to facts and reasoning, which is the laws of God. We got to conform and agree to what God agrees with to be just.
That's right.
And what? To
do justice and
judgment
is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice.
That's right.
is more acceptable to the Lord
That's right.
than sacrifice. Judgment is what? Divine sentence or decision. By forming an opinion, evaluation, by discerning and comparing. So now I got to form my opinions and evaluations according to what God says. Plain and simple. You steal, you got to pay back. Plus the principle. That's your judgment. That's your sentences. Your judgment and your sentences and your decisions is based upon God's judgment and decisions. It has to be the same.
That's how you do Israel.
That's it.
That's right.
He said what?
A high look.
Wait, to do justice and judgment is more acceptable. More acceptable than what?
To the Lord,
To the Lord
sacrifice.
than sacrifices. Tom, see?
A high look and a proud heart, and the plowing of the wicked.
A high look. What is a high look? The word for high look, it says Reish Shabut's men. Reish Shabut's men means loftiness or pride. What is pride? Pride is when you think too highly of oneself. Pride is when it's self-esteem. Excessive self-esteem. Because if you have excessive self-esteem, you can't serve God.
Okay.
Because a person that esteems himself too much, you put yourself first and disregard others. And that's not what the law is about. The law is concerning every man concerning his neighbor, which means tells me what I shouldn't do to you and what you shouldn't do to me.
That's right.
how I should treat you and how you should treat me. Right? Loftiness, having a haughty, overbearing manner.
Holy look, let's talk about it.
Elevated in character and spirit. Right? A person with a haughty, overbearing manner is arrogant, full of pride, and act like you are better than others. Even though a righteous man is better than a wicked person, they never voiced it. You see how Ezra put himself in? He said, we had transgressed. And the angel had to go to me and say, stop comparing and putting yourself with the wicked. Stop putting yourself. But that was the mentality and that was the way of all righteous men.
That's right.
Look at Moses. Look at Moses.
Think about it.
That's right. Tom Sheep.
Verse 5. The thoughts of the diligent tend
thoughts.
only.
The thoughts of the diligent. But let me back up a minute. It said the plowing, right? And then the plowing of the wicked is sin. The evil that we do that is against God will affect us. Anything that we plow is going to come back. Whatever we sow is going to come back. Right? Go ahead, be diligent now. Karutz. It means diligent and it means determined. The diligent means what? When you're diligent, you show care and conscientiousness. These are two qualities of a man, of an upright person. Care and conscientiousness. Right? So what is care? Regard, coming from desire or esteem. What do you regard? And when a person regards certain things, it's because he desires it and he esteems it. Or he looks up to it. That can go in so many avenues. What do God regard? God regarded Abel because he esteemed him. Picked him up. Right? Now, care. Regard comes back. To feel interest or concern for. What are your interests in? If you care about the things that God said, you will be more interested in it.
Yeah.
You will have more concern for it. And if I'm interested and I have concern for it, I won't violate and sin presumptuously. But you're not interested in it, so certain things, you see, you come up short with.
That's right.
Your interest for God is not 100%. Your care for God is not 100%. That's why we do some and some we don't do. We come up, we do this, and we come up short in that. And go ahead, read.
The thoughts of the diligent.
Now,
tend
hold on.
only.
Conscientiousness. We're going to learn what conscientious is. When you have a conscience, you're going to start making amends with God. Okay? When you have a conscience, it's the feelings of obligation to do what is right and good and to make right that which was done wrong. You're going to feel obligated to repair what I done to you. You're going to correct that. You're going to want to correct that.
That's right.
Consider them.
That's right.
That's right.
Tom Street.
The thoughts of the diligent tend only to plenteousness,
Mm-hmm.
but of everyone that is
The
hasty.
thoughts of the diligent tend only to plenteousness. Right? The thoughts of the diligent is his advantage. Okay? Go ahead.
But of everyone that is hasty only to want.
Mm-hmm.
The getting of treasures by a lying tongue is a vanity. Tossed.
Said the getting of treasures by a lying tongue. The things that I don't receive and got, but I got it deceitfully. Right? Read.
Is a vanity. Tossed to and fro of them that seek death.
And that's why you did the things that you're doing. Because you're getting all these things and doing all this because you're getting it by vanity. See, vanity, being vain, and pride gets in the way of you serving God.
Yeah.
You can't serve God being proud. You can't serve God being vain.
That's That's right.
Go ahead, read.
The robbery of the wicked shall destroy them,
Mm-hmm.
because they refuse to do judgment. The way of man is forward.
The
and
way
strange.
of man is forward. Tahipukot, it means to change. The way of man is forward. Change. He changed a lot. Read.
The way of a man is forward and strange.
It's strange.
But as for the pure, his work is right.
Tom Sheik.
It is better to dwell in a corner of the housetop.
But he said, but as for the pure,
His work.
right?
is
Now,
right.
his work is right. What is pure? Pure in thought. Pure when a person that's 100% pure, you don't have iniquity in your thoughts. That's the righteous ones. Those are the ones that are righteous.
It is better to dwell in a corner of the housetop than with a brawling
Then
woman.
with a brawling, and the word for brawling is magnim, means a contention and quarrelsome woman. You make a man run.
This is true.
Everything is the problem. You're arguing and yelling and screaming and back and forth. Next thing the man do, he disappears out the house. He leaves. Now you call him. Oh, where is he, man? You stressing the man out. You got me yelling and screaming, punching holes in the walls, kicking this way and going there. So before anything escalates, he said, I gotta go. Go ahead, read.
The soul of the wicked desireth evil.
The soul of the wicked desire evil.
His neighbor findeth no favor in his eyes.
His neighbor finds no favor in his eyes. No favor. Why? Because you're evil. You can't look for a righteous attribute in a person that's evil. You can't look for favor and mercy in a person that is evil. Go ahead.
When the scorner is
Can't expect
punished,
it.
the simple is made wise. And when the wise is instructed, he receiveth knowledge. The righteous man wisely considereth the house of the wicked.
The righteous man wisely considereth the house of the wicked. Ain't that something? Oh, forget the wicked. Oh, the righteous considers them because they hope, like they hope that they will change from their ways and begin to serve God. They have the right. The one thing we got to realize when you're pursuing righteous, you will begin to have the same mentality as God. So you will begin to think like unto God, because we're look. We read this book. This book shows us how God thinks. Go ahead, read.
The righteous man wisely considereth the house of the wicked, but God overthroweth the wicked for their wickedness. Whoso stoppeth his ears at the cry of the poor, he also shall cry himself, but shall not be heard.
Look, we didn't have no beggars. We ain't had no beggars. Because if I got hungry, I was able to go in your field and eat. And if you're hungry, you can go in my field and eat. Go ahead, read.
A gift in secret pacifieth anger.
Gift in secret will calm you down. You highly upset. Next thing you come in there with a gift, man, your voice end up getting softer and softer. All right. Well, don't do that again, man. All right. But thank you, Henry. Pacify it, calms you down. That's it.
And a reward in the bosom, strong wrath. It is joy to the just to do judgment. But
it is joy to the just to do judgment.
But destruction shall be to the workers of iniquity.
The
man that wandereth out of the way of understanding.
The man that wandereth. The man that has gone astray out of the way of understanding.
Shall remain in the congregation of the dead.
Shall remain in the congregation of the dead. There is no hereafter. Go ahead, read.
He that loveth pleasure shall be a poor man.
He that loveth pleasure shall be a poor man. And that's a whole fact. Because you like you in order to satisfy your needs, you gotta go spend money.
Outside every day.
You gotta spend money. You gotta put in work.
Get up.
That's right.
even when you don't want to.
That's right. Read.
Yeah. He that loveth wine and oil shall not be
Not
rich.
be rich. Read.
The wicked shall be a ransom for the righteous,
The wicked shall be a ransom for the righteous,
and the transgressor for the upright.
and the transgressor for the upright. Read.
It is better to dwell in the wilderness than with a contentious and an angry woman.
Mm-hmm.
There is treasure to be desired and oil in the dwelling of the wise.
What verse you at?
I'm at 20.
Okay, go ahead.
There is treasure to be desired and oil in the dwelling of the wise, but a foolish man spendeth it up.
Mm-hmm.
He that followeth after righteousness and mercy findeth life.
He that followeth after righteousness and mercy findeth life, righteousness and honor. Go ahead.
A wise man scaleth the city
He
of
said,
the
a
mighty,
wise man scaleth the city. He says, ascend, meaning to go up. Go up the city of the mighty.
and casteth down the strength of the confidence thereof.
Mm-hmm.
Whoso keepeth his mouth and his tongue, keepeth his soul from trouble.
Because you didn't say the wrong things. You done messed around, said the wrong thing, and you can't take that back.
Okay.
You can't take certain things back. So basically, we gotta watch the things that we say. Because if we have full consideration, then you be careful what you say out your mouth. Because I'm careful if I hurt you, or if I probably offended you. So I would say, well, you know what? I don't want to offend you, so I'm gonna hold that and keep that out.
David said he grieved me with sore words.
With sore words. That's right. Words that he didn't forget.
Forget those words, man. They stuck with me.
That's right. Read.
Proud and haughty scorner is his name.
Mm-hmm.
Who dealeth in proud wrath? The desire of the slothful killeth him,
Read.
for his hands refuse to
The
labor.
desire of the slothful. The slothful is the lazy dude. He's so lazy, he didn't want to get up and work and do nothing.
Like a sloth.
Go ahead, read.
He coveted greedily all the day long,
Mm-hmm.
but the righteous give it and spare it not.
Mm-hmm. The righteous give it and spare it not.
The,
He don't hold back. He don't withhold. Go ahead, read.
the sacrifice of the wicked is abomination. How much
The
more?
sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination, is not accepted of God.
What they can give up is not accepted.
God don't accept every sacrifice. The same way God don't accept every prayer. In order for God to accept your prayer, I got to be accepted of God. Tom C.
How much more when he bringeth it with a wicked mind? A false witness shall perish, but the man that heareth speaketh constantly.
Tom C.
A wicked man hardeneth his face, but as for the upright,
A wicked man hardened his face. Right? Difficult to bear. The word hardened, lacking consideration and compassion, incorrigible, meaning incapable of being corrected. You can't correct him or show him that he has violated or he's wrong.
He won't allow himself to be.
He won't allow himself to be corrected. Go ahead.
But as for the upright, he directed his way.
Mm-hmm.
There is no wisdom for understanding.
As for the upright, he has directed his way. The word for directed, yachim, it means to establish, to be established. To be established means to be firm and stable. Right? To establish means to set up on a firm, permanent basis.
Yeah,
What is the firm, permanent basis that we are established in? The laws of God. The laws and the commandments, that first 5. That's why throughout the whole time, Pops made sure we listen, read that first 5. He said, that's where your strength is at. That's what's going to give you that strength.
He said, I'll tell you when to
read
come
that
out.
first 5. And we read that first 5 for years. Years. And when he seen that we was raised, now you can venture off into these other books.
That's correct.
Right? He said, to establish means to gain full recognition or acceptance from God. You know what recognition is? Recognition means to be recognized. When God recognized you.
Noticed.
What? To be noticed by
To
God.
have his
So
attention.
there's only one way to be recognized and noticed by God is by keeping his laws, commandments, and statutes.
Say it one more time, man.
That's the only way we can be recognized by God. We can't be adding our own opinion and our own thoughts, how we feel, how we think. None of that counts.
Also, I don't care about
No. God recognized and accepted Abel. Because what? Why? He was accepted. Abel was accepted. And because Abel was accepted, God accepted his offering. Right? Now, firm means having a solid structure, unlikely to change. You ain't got to worry about me dipping, changing, slipping off here, dipping off here. You ain't got to worry about that. There's no changing here. No man can change me. No woman can change me. Nothing can change me and turn me away from these laws, commandments, and statutes because you are firm and set up on a permanent basis.
Right?
Okay, go ahead, read.
There was no wisdom, nor understanding, nor counsel against the Lord.
There's no wisdom, nor understanding, nor counsel against God. Right? Go ahead. That's
The
it.
horse is prepared against the day of
You
battle.
can't have no wisdom once you're dealing with God. All that's out the window. Wisdom comes from God. Go ahead.
The horse is prepared against the day of battle, but safety is of the Lord.
Talk about
Let's go to the Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus chapter 39. Ecclesiasticus chapter 39. Got it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High, and is occupied in the meditation thereof.
But he that has given his mind, when you give your mind over to God, you're meditating and your thoughts is on God.
Mm-hmm.
People that meditate and their thoughts is on God, some people meditate. The reason why they meditating on God to find out how to accomplish or to get certain laws over. So these are certain things that we got to meditate and think on. Go ahead.
But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High, and is occupied in the meditation thereof, will seek out the wisdom of all the ancients,
and be occupied in prophecies. So you're not going to get this without reason.
There we go.
In order to get this, you got to put time in this. I got to sit down sometimes during the week and open a book and read and study for God to open your eyes to certain things. How you expect to know more and to have more wisdom than the person that is occupied in the reading and the meditation and the thinking of God? Where does that happen at?
Okay.
Go ahead.
He will seek out the wisdom of the ancient and be occupied in prophecies. Verse 2. He will keep the sayings of the renowned men. He will keep the sayings of the men that was renowned. That's the men in the Old Testament that serve God. What is renowned? They're known. Known. Those are the ones that was accepted of God. Those were the ones that was used for examples by God. Go ahead. And where subtle parables are, he will be there also. Read. He will seek out the secrets of grave sentences. Grave sentences. And be conversant in dark parables. Conversant in dark parables.
Yeah.
You don't know all that. You don't remember when Ezra said, he said, the souls that are in their chambers asked, he said, how long shall we hope on this fashion? How long are we going to be down here? Go ahead, read. He shall serve among great men and appear before princes. He will travel through strange countries, for he had tried the good
and the evil among men.
He done went in everything. He done dibbled and dabbled in everything. So he could speak. He could talk. That's right. Read.
He will give his heart to resort early to the Lord that made him, and will pray before the Most High, and will open his mouth in prayer, and make supplication for his sins. When the great Lord will, he shall be filled with the spirit of understanding. He shall pour out wise sentences, and give thanks unto the Lord in his prayer. He shall direct his counsel in knowledge, and in his secrets shall he meditate. He shall show forth that which he hath learned, and shall glory in the law of the covenant of the Lord.
These are just talking about a man that has gave his mind to God, his meditation and his conversion in the wisdom and the laws of God. Go ahead, read.
Many shall commend his understanding.
Read.
And so long as the world endureth, it shall not be blotted out. His memorial shall not depart away, and his name shall live from generation to generation. Nations shall show forth his wisdom, and the congregation shall declare his praise. If he die, he shall leave a greater name than 1,000. And if he live, he shall increase it. Yet have I more to say, which I have thought upon, for I am filled as the moon at the full. Hearken unto me, ye holy children.
He said, if he die, he said, he shall leave a greater name than 1,000 people. You know what that is? I done died, and I've left someone behind to follow in my footsteps. Pick up that legacy. Pick up the baton right behind me. It ain't gonna never die. We're gonna keep pushing.
That's right.
We're gonna keep pushing, man. Go ahead.
Yet I have more to say, which I have thought upon, for I am filled as the
I had
moon.
more to say than things that I even thought upon already. I didn't read.
For I am filled as the moon at the full.
Read.
Hearken unto me, O ye children, ye holy children.
Ye holy children.
And bud forth as a rose growing by the brook of the field.
You see the description what he gave? Holy children. In order to hearken to God, you got to have some type of holiness and separation in you, and will and determination to serve God.
That's right.
To serve this God. Go ahead, read.
And give ye a sweet savior as frankincense, and flourish as a lily. Send forth a smell, and sing a song of praise. Bless the Lord in all his works.
Read.
Magnify his name, and show forth his praise with the songs of your lips, and with harps. And in praising him, ye shall say after this manner, all the works of the Lord are exceeding good.
All the works of God is exceeding good.
Right.
Whatever God did, it is good. Remember the king? Most I say, he said he's gonna do something to his sons, to Hezekiah,
His sons gonna
his
be
eunuchs
in the courts of Babylon.
in the course of Babylon. Hezekiah said, good is the word of the Lord. He said, hey, at least he ain't gonna do it in my time. That's right. Go ahead, read.
And whatsoever he commanded shall be accomplished in due season. And none may say, what is this? Wherefore is that? For at time convenient they shall be sought out. At his commandment the water stood as a heat.
At his commandments, the water stood at the heat.
At his
When that went down, he said, God, look, Moses turned to God. God said, listen, man. He said, you got it, man. He said, go get the rod and go split that sea, man. I done made you a God in the sight of these people. He said, go split that sea. He went blue. You know what kind of wind that was? To split an ocean, a large mass of water as walls, and the whole millions of people walked through on dry. Now, remind you now, we're talking about a sea. It's the bot. They had to go down and then come back up.
That's right.
You don't tell me how long.
Listen. You know how long that was? That wasn't no one day. That wasn't one day, bro. That was.
They left at midnight.
Yes.
And went to the sea, went through there all night.
And the sight in the spirit world was
Something else, man.
Imagine that.
He said, and at the words of his mouth, the receptacles of water. Tom, see?
At his commandment is done whatsoever pleaseth him. And
He
none
said,
can
as his
hinder
commandment is done whatsoever pleasing him. And none can hinder
when
when he will
say,
save.
can't be stopped.
Can't be stopped. Read.
The works of all flesh are before him,
Uh-huh.
and nothing can be hid from his eyes.
Uh-huh.
He see it from everlasting to everlasting.
Uh-huh.
There is nothing wonderful before him.
Uh-huh.
A man need not to say,
What is this?
Wherefore is that? For he hath made all things for their uses.
He said he had made all things for their uses. The sun was created for a purpose. All these creations that God created was created for a purpose. And it served this purpose. Go ahead, read.
His blessings covered the dry land as a river and watered it as a flood.
Mm-hmm.
As he had turned the waters into saltness, so shall the heathen inherit his wrath. His ways are plain unto the holy.
His ways are plain unto the holy. Uh-huh.
So are they stumbling blocks unto the wicked.
Stumbling blocks to the wicked. You take these laws and show a person that has not that have not decided to serve God, they gonna shun it. They don't want nothing to do with this. Go ahead.
Right.
For the good are good things created from the beginning, so evil things for sinners.
He said, for the good are good things created for the beginning. If you good with God, God create good for you.
That's
Right.
He create good for you. So evil things for sinners.
Hmm.
Evil things for sinners. So when things happen in your life, you gotta backtrack and say, what did I do in my life to cause this?
Teach that, man. Teach that, man.
What did I do in my life to cause this to go down with me?
Teach that. That's how it
I'm
goes.
not gonna ask God why.
Why?
This happened for a reason.
That's right. That's right.
There's no mistakes.
Fix it with yourself. That's right.
Fix no mistakes.
There's no mistakes. Tom She.
The principal things for the whole use of man's life are water, fire, iron, and salt, flour of wheat,
honey,
milk, the blood of grapes, and oil, and clothing.
Uh-huh.
All these things are
All these things are what?
good to the godly.
Are good to the godly.
So to the sinners, they are turned into evil.
That's why when the person eat too much salt, and I'm evil before God, and I done consuming a lot of salt, I start retaining water, start blowing up.
Yeah.
I told her.
Yeah.
Blood pressure.
Stop blowing up, high blood pressure. Now you gotta stop eating salt. Now you have iron deficiency. All these things happen to people that is evil.
She said, so what you saying? I'm evil? I said, yes, ma'am.
You said lactose
Yeah.
intolerant.
You are.
Milk.
Now, you're lactose intolerant.
Wicked, man. You wicked. You need to change.
Go ahead.
All these things are for
Good to the godly.
So to the sinners, they are turned into evil.
Tom She.
There be spirits
There
that
be
are
spirits
created for vengeance.
that are created for vengeance.
Uh-oh.
Remember what God told you? He said, who gonna go down there and be a lying spirit?
Spirit.
He said, I will.
I am.
He said, I'll go down there and I'll be a lying spirit and I'll make him go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make him go down there.
It happened.
And it happened. Tom She.
Which in their fury lay on sore strikes.
Uh-huh.
In the time of destruction, they pour out their force and appease the wrath of him that made them. Fire,
Fire,
and
hell,
famine, death. All these were created for
created
vengeance.
for vengeance. Vengeance. So when God shot the fire from heaven on Sodom and Gomorrah, God took vengeance upon these people, man.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
Teeth of wild beasts, scorpions, serpents, and the sword punishing the wicked to destruction.
Tom She.
They shall rejoice in his commandment, and they shall be ready upon the earth when need is. And when their time is come, they shall not transgress his word.
That's right.
Therefore, from the beginning I was resolved and thought upon these things and have left them in writing. All the works of the Lord are good, and he will give every needful thing in due season.
In due season, in its set time. Everything has a set time. Everything, man. Let's go to Psalms 101. Go to Psalms 101.
Psalms chapter 101.
Uh-huh.
I will sing of mercy and judgment unto thee, O Lord, will I sing.
I will sing of mercy and judgment unto thee, O Lord, will I sing. Uh-huh.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect
I will
way.
behave myself wisely. Askil. Askil means to be circumspect. You know what circumspect is? When a person is circumspect, he's wary and he's unwilling to take risk.
Say again, man. That's
When you're unwilling to take risk,
I'm not taking no chance.
you're not taking a chance. I may violate and I may not be in violation. You know what? I'm going to leave it alone.
when in doubt, do it out.
When in doubt, do it out. I'm going to pull back. I'm not going to do this. Go ahead.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect
In a
way.
perfect way.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto
He
me?
said, when you going to pull up on me? These people desired the visitation of God. They wanted God to pull up on them and start talking to them.
Facts.
Coming to them in visions and dreams. That's what they wanted. That was their whole desire.
When in a relationship with the
They
Creator.
wanted a relationship with God. And that's why Cain got so bent out of shape. That's why Saul got so bent out of shape, because the communication between God and Saul was cut.
That's right. We didn't listen.
He didn't listen. And then he got what's the word?
Let's communicate.
He got
That's right.
he got
Desperate.
desperate to hear the word of God.
That
Then he went to the witch handle. Oh man, that right there did it.
was it for him.
Samuel came up. He said, "Man, you and your son's gonna be with me."
3 strikes.
Right.
That's it.
That was it.
Time sheet.
I will walk within my house with a perfect
With a
heart.
perfect heart. You know what walk? People think, oh, just walk in the house. No. You know what walk means? It means to pursue a certain course of action, a way of life.
That's right.
Live this.
All right, we gotta live this. Tom sheet.
I will set no wicked
That's
thing
right.
before mine eyes.
He said, what?
I will set no wicked thing before
I
mine
will
eyes.
set no wicked thing before mine eyes. He said, a perfect heart, a perfect mind. What is a perfect heart? What is a perfect mind? I'm not going to assume a person did it if I didn't see you.
Okay.
If you're assuming that a person did this or did the other, that's not a perfect mind. Because before you voiced it, it came here. You got to learn to eject these thoughts that is against God. He said, forward thoughts separate from God. It separates you. It puts a wedge between you and the Creator. He said, I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. Right? Go ahead.
I hate the work of them that turn aside.
I hate the work of them that turn aside. Not the person, but I hate what you're doing.
And turn aside from the law.
I hate what you're doing. And the things that you're doing, you're turning away from God. He says, it shall not cleave to thee. Tom, see?
A forward heart shall depart from me.
A froward heart, a crooked heart, right? It also means deviating from rectitude. What is rectitude? Rectitude is moral integrity.
Rectify.
That which is right by the Creator. Right? Go ahead.
I hate the work of them that turn aside, it shall not cleave to me.
He said, a
A
forward heart
shall
shall
depart
depart from me.
from me. I will not know a wicked person.
It don't say that in the Hebrew. It says, I will not know evil. I will not know evil. Tom Sheep.
Whoso privately slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off.
He whoso privately slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off. Now, what is slander? Slander means to make a false or damaging statement about a person, and it ain't true. Rumors. You done spread a rumor on a brother, and it ain't true. You done brought up something, and the person, whatever you saying about the person, it ain't true. What? You got to be someone else to just come up. Where did you formulate these ideas? Where you came from?
And in the law, if you bring a false thing to somebody, it's worth death. You die too.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. You receive the same punishment that's supposed to go on this one goes on you.
That's right.
That's right. Tom, see?
Whoso privately slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off. Him that hath a high look and a proud heart will not I suffer.
Him that had a high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. Read.
Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve.
Now, proud, having an inordinate feeling or high opinion of oneself, arrogant, haughty, right? A proud heart believes you deserve better. You find yourself worthy not only of what you possess, also your desires. That's proud. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house.
He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house.
He that telleth lies shall not tarry
He that
in my
telleth
sight.
lies. What verse you at?
Verse 7.
Okay, mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land. You see who God is attentive to? The faithful. And a person that has faithfulness is also conscious, has conscientious, making amends. He's constantly making amends with God. Okay? Right? That they may dwell with me. He that walketh in a perfect way. He that walketh in a whole or complete way. A whole person in his full nature includes ways of thinking, feelings, and actions. All these three things must be correct by God. Your thoughts, how you feel towards it, and the things that you do. It goes together. Okay. Your thoughts, how you think.
Your feeling on your thoughts.
How I feel against this, because how I feel against it, whether it's right or wrong, if you think it's right or wrong, that's how you're going to voice it. You're going to act on it, and it's going to bring about an action. Go ahead. Oh, now, hold up. It said, he that walketh in a perfect way, he shall serve me. He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in my sight. You know what it says in the Hebrew? He that telleth lies, lo yikom. You know what yikom means? He said, he that telleth lies will not be firm. You know what that is? Like that. He that telleth lies, if you're a liar, you will never be strong. Or you will never have no strength in God. You ain't gonna be strong in God because you're a liar. You're a deceiver. You're not gonna be established.
He's a liar.
That's right. And with that, I already got what was brought. And I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom. I'm gonna call up the next speaker.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Teacher indeed. Chief Mikhail Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to the princemen, chiefmen, and mothers in Israel. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, the tribe of Lewi. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom. We're going to go to the book of the law, Leviticus chapter 19. Because the law is the base and the source of how God wants Israel to live, not man. Man been through a way how he was going to live before God, long time ago. God reset the world a number of times. Reset means started it all over. When he flooded, he saved one man that had righteousness in him and his family, and repopulated the world again. And what happened? The world did what? The world reverted right back to the first world that was destroyed. So he said, man, I look around, boom, in a certain generation after the flood, after the families of the flood, he saw Abraham. And he said, boom, this guy, if I show him my commandments, he's going to follow it. If I show him my commandments, my will, my ways, my ordinances, he's going to drop everything that he was taught from his father. But God didn't see that in nobody else. He was the only person. All right, now y'all have to understand this. God flooded the world already. He killed everything. Saved one man and his family. All right? The expectation is that out of those families, righteousness was going to come out, but it didn't. One of his sons already messed up, and his son got cursed because of what the father did. Canaan got cursed. So now you got everybody that's going to come out of Canaan ain't going to be good. They're not. That's just one example. Okay? And the sons, the sons that Noah's sons had, okay, filled up the world. But they didn't fill up the world with righteousness. They didn't leave and go here or go there with God. They went as civilization. We set up a city. This guy run it, and now that guy that run it is God. And whoever's that guy that run it say is God is God. Because that's how it was in Egypt. That's how it was in Babylon. That's how it was in Greece. That's how it was in Rome. The king was also God himself, and he had gods. And you know who his gods was? The sun, the moon, the stars, his father, his grandmother, his grandfather, because those were ancestral gods. So now we got everybody in the world moving like this, except one man, Abraham, because God showed him. So he said, you know what? You never looked back. You never doubted my word. Everything that I told you, you believed it. You believed it. He said, so guess what? Because you live like this perfect, that's how you live perfect before God. You don't go back. You do everything that you know to be godly and correct according to these commandments, and you don't turn from it, and you don't go back from the life that you came from.
Right.
Because that was what made Abraham faithful before God. And when God, whatever God told him, he believed it. He believed it off the rip. He believed it. There was no explanation or anything. We're going to Leviticus chapter 19. There was no explanation, no nothing. So he said, because of you, the children that come out of you, I'm going to bless them and give them the same opportunities to serve me and be perfect. That's what it was. I'm going to give them these laws I'm going to give it to them. That was, he said, but that ain't going to happen until 400 years from now. That's what he told Abraham, right or wrong. It ain't, look, Abraham died hundreds of years later. Nothing is happening. Okay? But within those hundreds of years, his grandson, Jacob, whom the blessing has been in that line, okay, winds up in Egypt. The whole family winds up in Egypt. And at the end of that 400-year period, Jacob is dead. Joseph is dead. And their sons is in the land of Goshen in Egypt. All of Abraham's children, who God said he was going to keep the promise with, is in Egypt. And then after a while, they got turned into slaves. Now I want to ask a question. What nation ever got out of slavery?
No.
Oh, no, but they freed the slaves. No. They freed the slaves.
That's what that is. Yeah.
That's different. If I let you go, that's because I let you go.
Oh, yeah.
But what slave actually fought the master or masters and got declared independence for a nation? Nobody.
Not from those nations.
Nobody. This never happened before. A whole nation of people was enslaved in Egypt with other nations too. God brought them. That's why he said, look, know for surety they're going to be slaves. They're going to be slaves in another nation. They're going to be persecuted. They're going to go through it. He said, but I'm going to bring them out with what? A mighty hand. Meaning, when I bring them out, it ain't going to be quiet. I'm going to make a statement.
That's right.
With using them.
That's right.
I'm going to show the world who I am.
That's right.
And y'all going to talk about it for years. Even the wicked.
That's right.
That's what God told Moses.
That's right.
That's what it means when he said, I'll bring you out with a great and mighty arm, mighty hand.
Right.
Okay, everything that God did with these people, with Israel, was not a secret. But it was mysterious to the heathen.
Right.
They didn't understand it.
That's right.
You know, what's going on over there in the Sinai Peninsula? That's the wilderness. Nobody lives out there. Why is that mountain range on fire? Some, and this is true. Some nations that witnessed that didn't know what was going on.
No.
So they said, we're going to serve the fire god.
That makes sense.
That's why a lot of them serve the fire god and call it El. And that's why God said, when you see my name in their land, do not destroy it. You said destroy all their stuff, but don't destroy God's name. Because you're going to see my name down there. Because they only recognize me as fire.
All right, that makes sense. That makes sense.
He said, but for you, Israel, this is the reason why I did it. So that you don't see what I look like. You don't see my shape, my form, or no detail. All you saw, all you heard was the voice coming out of fire. So the Israelites, they didn't say, oh, fire God. No, they didn't do that. They know the reason why God did all this was to show you he exists, but you don't have to see what he looked like. Because people today say, oh, but I'm not going to, you got people praying to a mysterious God. And yeah, my God is mysterious to you. I get to know my God and don't have to know what he look like. But I know what he like, what he don't like, what he approve, what he don't approve of. That's all I need. Because anything else beside that going to what, brother? Imagery, idolatry, worship of dead things.
I know my God can't get strung up on no.
And you can't chase him. We'll get into that.
That's
Because you can't do nothing to this God.
Fact.
worship of that.
You don't know what he look like. How you gonna grab him?
Right.
If God pull up in here and he don't want you to see him, you ain't gonna see him.
That's right.
Right.
You're not gonna see him. The Satan, the devil, was on the right shoulder, was on the shoulder right next to the high priest. And the high priest didn't know it. God saw it and said, yo, man, get away from my priest. Right or wrong? He said, get away from my priest, man. What you doing? He said, get away from there, man. Messing with him. Leave him alone. Why are you messing with him? Because he represents God. That's why the place said, this guy represents God.
Right.
Everything he got on and holiness to the Lord. Whoa, I can't. God is the one that put the plague out. The plague ain't gonna go against him.
That's right.
That's why he was able to stop it. And what he had on, Moses didn't have on. That's why he said, you gotta go and do it. Certain jobs is only for you. Your brother can't do it.
That's right.
Okay? Certain jobs, my Abba told me, and certain things he told my brothers. Right? Like, you make sure certain commandments, you got to make sure this is done. You put that's for you to do. That's your responsibility. No matter what anybody think or say. If you don't do it, you know what happens, man? If you don't keep the commandments, your father in death or life, you are cursed.
Either way.
And people don't care about that. People don't care. And I can say that. I can say that. People don't care about it. If you don't follow these commandments, you are cursed. Because God established this with mother and father.
That's a fact.
That's why it's detrimental. And if you can't listen to them, you can't listen to God.
I ain't gonna stop.
You're not going to be able to adhere with God. What God tells you to do is going to be harder. Okay? Because he knows what you're thinking. He in your head. So this is the practice. God, in his infinite wisdom, he knows. He didn't just say, here's the whole law here. Read it, study it. The way he gave, look how he gave it to us. It's an order. It's an order. Leviticus 19.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, You shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
But first of all, he didn't know thou shalt, no thou shalt not yet. First thing you got to be is holy. What it is to be holy? Set apart to the service of God. Sacred. Characterized, meaning that you're gonna be a certain way. Character means you're gonna think a certain way. You're gonna move a certain way. It's a certain character you're gonna have that goes with holiness. It's by perfection and transcendence. Perfection of what? And transcendence of what? Of these commandments. To perfect these commandments is to live in them. You can be perfect. You can only be perfect with God, because he told Abraham, walk perfect before me. So a lot of people say, you can't be perfect. Who says that? The godly don't say that. The people who serve God don't say you can't be perfect before God. Man says that. Wicked people say that. Yeah. Nobody's perfect. And so what that mean? You're going to shoot yourself down from being perfect with God. Because you're going to say, no, nobody's perfect. And that's the excuse to be being weak. If I'm addicted to a drug, and I can't tell myself weak things, am I ever going to get off that drug? I'm feeding myself excuses to stay reserved on this drug. Time sheet.
You shall fear every man his mother and his father.
Now,
keep my Sabbath. I am the Lord, your God.
Now, for you to be holy is the first step. God ain't looking at you about nothing else. This guy, some people have mother and father. Some people have just father. Some people have just mother. Some people have the father and mother together. Some people have the father and mother apart from each other. That doesn't have nothing to do with you. You have to honor your mother and your father.
That's right.
And fear. Be afraid to get them upset. That's fear. So there are things that you will do and say or allow that will get them upset. That's what you don't do. So you be afraid to, man, I don't want to get upset, because you don't know what God gonna do to you for that. Because that's gonna get him upset. Because he says not to do these things, right? So in the first order of being holy, man, this is what gets you to be holy. Because every commandment that God has given you, the world don't do. So when you do it, you become holy. Plain and simple. You don't have to perform a ritual or go through something to be holy.
That's right.
People make it sound like it's something beyond a person's reach. All you have to do is adhere to these commandments, these orders. They're orders from God.
Yeah.
And it becomes holy. The first one is, everything else that come after this ain't gonna matter if I don't fear. If you say, ye shall fear every man, his mother and his father. Then later on in Deuteronomy 21, it said, if you have a son, right, that is a drunkard, he eat up everything in the house. He's stubborn and he's rebellious. What makes him stubborn and rebellious? In that they have chastened him. It says the parents have chastened him, meaning they'll beat him, punishment, get on him, whatever, lockdown privileges, whatever that they did. They seemed deemful for this kid's behavior, this son's behavior, but he's still not hearkening. He said, man, when you had enough of him, take him to the judges. He said, the mother and the father shall lay hold on him.
It's time to go.
The mothers cannot get in the way of the fathers instructing the sons. Mothers deal with their sons a different way than us men deal with our sons. We look at our sons, it's a little dude, it's a little baby, but I look at my son, when he little like that, I look at him as a man, a little of me. And I know how I am, so I know how he thinks. So I'm going to be on top of him in his life more than anybody because he's a reflection of me. He's a mother. He's a man. That's why I said visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the sons. They get it first. Today, all the children get it now. But the sons get it first. That's how it goes. Who the legacy stays in. If I die, I leave my legacy to who? My son, not my friend. I don't know. This my friend, he ride it time, but when it's certain things I leave back, go to my son. My house, who I'm gonna leave it to? My son. Daughter, you gonna get two. Look, and if I only got enough, then you gotta be with him. That's you can't go off. Because the daughters get married. Okay? So the sons is the one that keep the established things that the fathers did. Right? So every man, his mother and his father. Now, and look, and your mother and your father gonna take you there. They're the only ones that are allowed, that you have to allow to take you there. You have to accept that. What I don't take from him, this, I accept from my father and my mother. They can talk to me anyhow they want. If they call me a name, so what? So what? You have to have somebody that can curb you. Do people take the sockets out of the walls to keep the babies from touching it? What they do? And then, but they still tell them what they do. Don't touch it. Ain't that what happened with Adam and Eve? It's the same principle, man. So God said, yo, I set this whole thing up to where you come out of the father's sacs as sperm and get put in your mother. And you get developed in your mother. I form you in there. All that stuff about the eggs and the ovaries. God does that. God is the one that make that happen. He's the one that make all them sperms running. He gives them the strength to do that. Because if he don't, what happens? She get a miscarriage. But oh man, I got pregnant, but it was in my tubes. And that's dangerous. Yes. Right or wrong? Yes. Okay? God is the one that did that. Yeah. David did not Bathsheba had the child, and the child, God killed it. The child came out sick, and God killed it because it was a bastard. Yeah. It was a child that was made out of an adulterous bed. Yeah. It was a child that was made out of an adulterous bed. No chance. And he said, man, we can't have a bastard sitting on. One thing we didn't have, a bastard sitting on the throne. We didn't have that. That's crazy. A bastard is one who was born of incest, out of wedlock, meaning you're not married. Yeah. Baby daddy, baby mama, but they're not married. Incest, out of wedlock, rape, and whoredom. A woman that's not married, and she the first thing you ask the girl, why? Because she ain't got no man in the house. She don't live with the man. You don't see no man in her life. But she pregnant. So the first thing they gonna say is, who the father?
She pregnant and messing with me. And I know I ain't the father.
That's crazy. I like that you brought that up. Come on now. She's pregnant and she's still dating.
Come on, man. What's wrong with you, man?
That is sick.
And the men still go up in her.
Yup.
Talking about that's the best type.
Yo, what?
That's the best type.
Right.
No, we gotta talk about these things because that's not the way of God.
It's not.
And it's very easy for Israel to start thinking like that.
Yep.
Because you're around TV, radio, videos, rap, outside, the house, school, work. You have more. You don't get this. You don't get this. Listen. You don't get this. What you're getting today for a couple of hours, you don't get this during the week unless you do it. Your own, yourself.
During the week is distraction.
During the week is you.
It's nothing but distraction.
During the week, you're the teacher. You're not the teacher until you are on your own. What do you conversate about? When you with your mans, do you go into this and drop it on them? Do you get into these topics for 3 or 4 hours? Are you smoking and you're drinking? Do you get into this? That's what you gotta ask yourself. When I'm home, do I watch TV all day? YouTube all day? TikTok all day? Facebook? And guess what? Even in watching that stuff, you're gonna run into something because it's invaluable. And now, boom, that is supposed to say, well, let me cross-check this. Now, I'm not in that zone. Now I'm in this zone. Okay? You got to keep yourself in this zone during the week. Okay? At any given time, boom, you're supposed to do this every day. Every day. No matter if you have a family or not, whatever your living situation is. And all of this comes from honoring your mother and father. Think that. It brings discipline. It brings acceptance of you will accept your wrongdoing. Because I noticed that people don't like to accept when they're wrong when it comes to their mother and father. But they'll do it with their friend. They'll do it with their girl. Their girlfriend. They do it with their boyfriend.
Right.
But Israelites got boyfriend and girlfriends too. The woman got boyfriends.
Right,
and some of the boyfriends are heathen men.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I don't even see the heathen men. They say, yeah, but you can turn this. I don't see them getting turned. He ain't converted. You converted. They mess with Moses about, but he messed with the Ethiopian woman. God said, yo, listen, man. Yeah, the Ethiopian woman is doing what he said though.
Right.
He said, shall I let Abraham know? What he based it on? What he based it on? He said, you know why I'm gonna let him know? Because he commands his household after him. So God respect men like that. Okay? And all of this, if your mother say, yo, man, I don't like when you act like that. You can't act like that no more, man. That's what that means. Not all she or he has to say, I don't like. That's it. I'm sorry. That's it. That's it. It may rub you the wrong way because you know why? You got to change yourself. Now, when you do that, when God come and say, when he come with the big stuff, I don't like what you wear. I don't like the da-da-da-da-da-da. It's not a problem now. Practice makes what? Perfect. So I've been practicing accepting my wrongs with my parents all my life. I can do this. I can accept that I'm wrong with God and get correct. That's why he put this before everything else, before stealing, murdering, this, that, the third, your parents. Start with how you come up with them. Determine if you're going to serve God, if you're going to have the strength, because that builds strength. Okay? And keep my Sabbath. See, after that, now it's keep my Sabbath. You're not going to keep the Sabbath and dishonor your parents, or dishonor your parents, and I'll keep the Sabbath, but you dishonor your parents. These things don't go, they go together because the honor is the same.
There you go.
And the fear of breaking that honor to his parents or the Shabbat is the same. That's why it's in the same line. Comma, and keep my Sabbaths. They're at the same. This is what you highly honor right here. First, this is the first thing that's going to make you holy. Then now that you're holy, you can praise me daily. That's what he said, right? Holy beings praise me daily. He said, I am the Lord your God. Verse 4. Turn ye not unto idols. How do I turn to an idol? How do I turn to an idol? The idol is here, and I turn my body to it? No. I follow the people that worship that idol. I look like the people that worship that idol. I dress like the people that worship that idol. I get married, I get divorced like the people who worship the idol. I ain't got no idols in my house, but you are living and you have the same morals and scruples as the heathen who follow and worship the idol. That's how you turn. Because the idol don't talk. It's not allowed to talk. So the idol ain't gonna say, well, my name is the God, and this is what you should do, and these are my rules. You don't get that. No. You get it from the people, from man. Man is the one that comes to you. Man is the follower, the worshiper of that idol. So you gonna follow. That's how you turn to an idol. When you follow the rules of the people who serve the idol. That's how you turn to an idol. You don't have to have it. Celebrate the same days they celebrate. Do everything the same way that they do, and you have turned. It says, nor make to yourselves molten gods. Now you got the statue in your house. Now you got the teraphim in your house. You can't make it. You can't follow the rules of the people, nor can you have it in your house or in your area or space of belongings. It can't be yours. Because back then we made our own deities. You made your own God. Everybody made their own gods. You didn't come to me and you start worshiping God that you see in my house. No. That God is my great-great-great-grandfather. Right. You have your own great-great-great-grandfather, so that becomes the God of your family. And that's how it was from Babylon to Egypt, even before Israel was formed. That's why by the time Israel was formed, which was the last nation, God said, look, listen, don't follow none of these people before you. At all. Don't follow none of them. They all got it wrong. And in their pride, it makes them stubborn to wisdom and the truth. So they're not going to get this. But you got it. I have not suffered you to be like them. That's it. You don't have to go to witchcraft to find certain things out. That's it. I have not suffered you to burn candles for the day. I have not suffered you, meaning I made you holy, so that you don't bring all this evilness upon yourself, and then now I gotta deal with you according to your evilness. So I didn't suffer you to do these things. So you don't have no business over there. You don't have no business doing this here. That's what God means. Reverence, honor it, right? Nor make to yourselves molten gods. We don't make them today. You buy them. That's why the man said earlier, stay out the pawn. Pawn shops is for things that people they owned or found, and they take it to the pawn shop and get a value of money over the estimate of it. And the pawn shopper, he keeps that with the value on it. Now you can come back and get it back for the same amount of money that you got it for the collateral. And most of the time people do that and they gone. They don't want that back. They just want the money. Right. So that thing gets put for sale. He'll take the cross off, clean the chain, and put it back on display as if it's brand new. You can't go to the Salvation Army. You can't go to the church pantry. You can't get food from the worshipers of deities, people with churches, synagogues. We can't get food from them. Free food, free cheese, free soup lines. We can't deal with none of that. All of that, you turn to idols, because all of that food has been devoted and blessed to the idol. It's been offered. Okay, so it's an abomination. Even if it's just an apple. An apple, that's one apple you ain't going to eat. Right. Because it's a dedicated thing. Right. People say, no. This chain here, this chain is blessed. I say that to let y'all know I'm talking about Israelites. Because I've heard with my own ears and seen with my own eyes. But Israelites take certain jewelry and bless it. That's up the Christian church. That's up the Catholic church. That's how they dedicate. Yo, man, listen, man. You can't take no item. You can't take nothing and make it holy towards God. All the holy things of God, God already had it made. And the most important and holy things is hidden.
Make yourself holy.
It's hidden.
That's right.
Nobody is holy enough or separated enough. There is no priest. There is no high priest. There is no consecrated man on the level of Moses. All right? That's who consecrated the high priest. The high priest can't consecrate himself. You know what consecration means? There is they call it ritual. But it's actions that are done. I don't like to use the word ritual. All right? But rituals are an abomination. Ceremonies are an abomination. It's an action that is done to separate this man so that he can offer up the sacrifices of the people to God. That's why he gets consecrated.
Right.
And he got consecrated by Moses. Don't you know what has to be done to that priest? Now this is only for the priest. He has to shave everything off of him. Only the priest does this.
Right. That's right.
And then it grows back.
Yeah.
Once it grows back, that's it. He don't do it no more. It's a one-shot thing. You don't keep doing it.
Everybody go forward.
This was only for the priest.
Like
Don't ask me, well, and the Lord said you're not supposed to go, but why? He said,
Like the
you're going to die soon.
Brazilian.
The difference is because this man is being consecrated. There's certain things that has to be done, and it affects his spirits. So that's why I said, man, don't be asking them why and why is that. Leave that alone. You're not going to even understand.
Right.
If I tell you why, it might make you go off. Yeah. That's why they said certain books stay out of. See the Apocrypha? The Apocrypha is like a teacher's manual. Not everybody could go in there. That's why we don't teach people when they come in. That you get that later. You leave that alone. That is, you gotta really be studious and know your book and be grounded in the law to go in there and read and be able to understand. Because a lot of stuff I just started to understand in that book. And you know how? Because every week, me and my mother go online and go through the book of history. Right or wrong? At the break, when we break, what I put on? Book of history. Book of history. Maccabees. And we've been doing that for years and years and years and years and years until certain things click. God says, see, yeah, he's been meditating in these things, so I'm going to show him. That's how it goes. That's why the man said, you don't get it one day. You have to keep doing it. Don't look at me. You're not on the level of me. You're not with me every day. You want to get at my level? You have to read every day like my father started me. I can't even stop. I hear stuff and people talk about. I said, wait, hold on, let me show you something. I'm outside. I'm on a block, boy. I'm on a block. Yo, hold on, let me show you something. I go right in here. I have it on me. Yo, look, see? This is why I go by, boy. And that's for a whole nother conversation. But I'm running the conversation. You can't let heathens teach you about God.
That's right.
You teach them about God, the true and living God. How the only God, number one, there's only one God. One. Uno. One. And he is complete.
That's right.
He wasn't born.
That's right.
He didn't come from no woman. He didn't come from no man. He created man and woman. He created the process of being born. For flesh. We're born in the flesh because we can't create like God.
That's right.
So God says, store the life of man in a certain part of this man's body. You don't create nothing. There's only one creator. He said, what, from everlasting to everlasting? That's why I said that ain't got nothing to do with time.
That's right.
That ain't got everlasting got nothing to do with sunrise, sunsets, with months, with years. God set that up for us. Once we die, that stuff don't count no more either. In the realm of the spirit, time here and time there is different. It's no. That's what I said. How long we gonna wait in this fashion? Oh, we've been waiting here for eons. You know what eons is? Millions and thousands. And we were here for thousands and thousands of years, man. The world gonna change over 1,000 times. We still here. How long we gonna be there?
But they ain't impatient. They just
How
inquiring.
long we was gonna be
Yeah,
down
just
here, man?
inquiring. No pain, nothing like that.
You know they want to get up now.
Yeah, just inquiring.
But the time to come has not come yet.
That's right. That's right.
We're still living. We have to die. We all have to go. This world has to reach its limit of people being born. Once it reaches limit of people being born, then once people start dying, that's it. I don't know when and I don't know how it's going to be done, but that's how it goes. When that time comes, the righteous that are waiting and hoping in that fashion, God, that's when God deal with them and bring them back. And it's all over the book, and it's all over the Apocrypha. One man said, "Yeah, you want to kill me? Take it. Take my tongue out. Take everything. Take everything. Because when I die, God gonna give it back to me when I come back."
That's right. That's right. That's right.
I'm gonna get sinews. You know what sinews is? Muscles. Muscles, capillaries, arteries. He said, I'm gonna get all of that back.
Tendons.
Do what you want to this flesh, man. I'm not gonna eat that.
That's right.
That was what that all was about. Oh, they wanted them to eat swine flesh. Something I ain't never ate before. You're not gonna get me to do something that I've never done before.
Shoved it in his mouth one time.
And I look.
Spit out the
God, no.
That's right.
I fear God
That's right.
more than you killing me.
Right.
Seriously, man. You just got to kill me, dog. I mean that. I'm not doing that, man. It's not gonna be my latter end. That messes me up right there. No matter what I did in the past with God now, this messes it up. Oh, I was forced to. No.
You could have died.
They say, yo, if you can't live for it, you ain't gonna die for it. If you don't live in this, you ain't gonna die for it. Don't mean that much to you in life. Yeah. You only prepared to die for what you mean in life to live for. This is what I was with all the way in life. So I ain't giving it up now. Just for you to feel better. But you know what it was? Antiochus knew. Everybody knew. Since Achior told them, remember, yo, these people here, they serve the God that hates iniquity.
Right.
The God that they serve hates iniquity. No deity or God or whatever holds these characteristics and titles.
Right.
Okay? This God hates iniquity. So if you find iniquity in them, their God ain't gonna fight for them. He gonna back up. He gonna leave them on their own, and they're gonna become regular people like us.
So he knew he existed.
That's what he meant when he said these things. He's the God that hated iniquity. He's telling this to heathens. The heathens knew what iniquity was.
Right.
So it didn't matter to them.
Right.
So they're saying, look, the thing with these people, if they got iniquity and if they sin before their God, no matter what reason, how, whatever, God gonna back up off them because he is holy. He don't play that. It doesn't matter the reason, but he don't play that. Once it's something, he said, look, man, go out of the camp and ease yourself and cover that which coming from yourself. Then you could come back in the camp. I don't want to see it. Look. We're not talking about unclean things. We're talking about what comes forth from your body as waste. God don't want to see that. You want to see that in your house. You go out in your living room. Yo, man, where this come from? Who did this? And that's all over. Buildings, elevators, outside, everywhere. It's all over. Just that alone. And cleanliness is not next to godliness.
That's not even in the book.
That's not in the book.
That's not
Okay?
That's a New Testament.
That's in the New Testament.
Cleansing from iniquity.
When we talking about cleanse in the Old Testament is when you wash because you are unclean.
Right.
The unclean, you can't see it.
Right.
The unclean is not a smear on my white t-shirt.
Must.
That's not it. The unclean is in spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Right.
When the semen come forth from a man,
Mhm.
meaning when a man ejaculates.
Mhm.
Once he ejaculates in his sleep, in action, whatever, he is automatically unclean.
Mhm.
And whatsoever the semen touch it is unclean.
Mhm.
The woman who he's with, she's automatically unclean. So they have to wash. That's the cleansiness we're talking about.
Mhm.
Okay?
Cleanliness.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right? But on the other hand, God don't like filth coming from your body.
Mhm.
There's something about liquids and all these stuff that come from us, pus, oh, that's an issue that cometh forth.
Mhm.
It's all this stuff, you unclean, you gotta go over there. Unclean by the dead, we can't do nothing about that. There's an action that is to be done by the high priest to clear you of being dead but once you touch a dead body, you're unclean by the dead.
Right.
I've been, dressed up many dead bodies.
Mhm.
Many dead bodies. I don't have people die in my arms. So, but there's nothing you can do about that. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Time sheet.
For turn you not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am Elohim, your El.
Mm-hmm.
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Elohim, you shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day you offer it, and on the morrow. And if aught remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable, it shall not be accepted. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hollow thing of Elohim. And that soul shall be cut off from among his people.
This is when you're bringing up peace offerings to the Lord. We don't bring up peace offerings, say we don't do sacrifices to them. But back then, when we did do that, you did that at your own will. Okay? He said it shall be eaten. That offering is going to be eaten the same day that it gets offered.
Mhm.
He's right. You don't eat that. Remember, you brung that to who? To the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Mhm.
You brung that to the priest.
Mhm.
And the priest offer it up, make an atonement for you, right?
Right.
And then he eats it. How do you think him and his family eat? He can't leave. There's no field for him to go out there and work. He don't own animals and all that. He don't have his whole life is in that in the tabernacle and later on in the temple. He don't leave the grounds. He stays there the whole time. He's the priest.
Mhm.
That's why it says for us to bring our sacrifices to the priest, to the door of the tabernacle, because he can't come out
That's right.
and we can't go in.
No.
This is where it stops. I bring the animal here, hide, and I go.
Yeah. Okay.
There's no ticket, there's no name calling, no nothing. God know who this is for, and then the priest gonna know who this is for. While you going about your bed, you ain't sitting down waiting for it to be accepted. You go back to your bed. No, you don't eat that.
Mhm.
You said the priest gonna make an atonement, and that's that. You're clear. There's no confirmation number, none of that. This is the same simple thing. So you got to bring it to him because he's not coming out. He's barefoot. That's why the dust on the ground of the tabernacle or the temple is holy also. You can't get a broom and start sweeping in the temple.
No.
Or mopping. Get some Clorox and start doing this. You're going to die.
Clean the cherubims.
Mhm.
You can't do that.
Mhm.
You don't have to clean the dust, nothing.
Mhm.
It ain't gonna get but so dusty in there anyway.
Mhm.
Okay? Time sheet.
And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap
Because
the
you're a
harvest of thy
farmer.
field.
Plain and simple. You farm your land. You don't have to go to a grocery store. You ain't gotta go to Met, Ideals, Walgreens, the health food store, Whole Foods. Order online, order food online. I said you can order, you can shop for your food online.
Mhm. Shop for anything online.
You ain't gotta leave the house.
Anything.
You stay right there. Say, look, all right, I need more apples. I need more rice. I need more beans.
Anything.
I need more juice. And you go online, as long as you got that money on that card, any card,
Good.
put it up on there, and in 10, 20 minutes, they come and bring you your groceries.
That's right.
You got like 30 bags outside.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have to step into the supermarket no more.
Mm-hmm.
But back here, everything is do it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
See, you want things easier, but it's a price to pay. See, back here, my land ain't getting taxed.
At all.
Everything that I grow is mine,
Mm-hmm. 100%.
that the Lord gave me.
Mm-hmm.
And if I go along with these commandments, there are laws for the farmers too. There's laws for the homeless,
Mm-hmm.
for the fatherless, for farmers, and herding your dealing, even for plowing your animals. There's laws for that. And everything, man. So that it will be well with you and well with your seed. That's what he said. Certain laws, it wasn't still, it was laws like that, dealing with the land. And one that said, man, when you find a bird's nest by chance, because you're going to have that. Sometimes the bird gets falling out the tree. He said, man, yo, do what that law says. You know what it says at the end? That it may be well with you.
That's right.
That it be well with you. That's why these laws are valued, highly valued to the one who highly values the word of God.
Right.
Time sheet.
Neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest.
Don't clean it all out. Don't beat every grape off the tree. Don't glean. Don't eat the whole thing up.
Mm-hmm.
Leave some for other people there.
Right.
Leave some for the poor. But this is mine. This whole pan is mine.
Mm-hmm.
I can't make a whole thing of food and sit here and don't share with nobody.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you like what I got here.
But
Everybody like what I got here.
what if they don't like my cooking?
But now look. But if I do share, be considerate.
That's right, Chiggy.
Don't dog it. This is why people be like, no, this is why sometimes people say, well, look, no, this is for you guys, and this is for me over here. Why people have to do that? Because that's wisdom. I'm not going to stop being generous and being considerate, but I can't put myself out to be a Vic either.
Mm-hmm.
So what I have to do, make a separation now. This is for you guys. This is for me. This is untouchable. Now you can't look at me and say, oh, man, you can. No. I put it out there. Y'all gorged it down. There's no more. You can't come now. No. Don't be mad.
Mm-hmm.
I seen it do it to him. I seen it do it to him. And make food. I said, but yo, he put stuff out there for everybody. And y'all wasn't Everybody said, well, look, it's only but so much. You can only take one.
Mm-hmm.
This guy got 3 in his plate.
Mm-hmm.
I come, I take 1. I look around, I see 10 in that guy's plate. I say, you know what? Never mind that. I sit down.
Mm-hmm.
Then when the head come and say, yo, where's all the... Hey, I only took 1.
Mm-hmm.
You see it? This was sometimes I show my plate because I know what lies in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody think the same way. These are the things we got to start working on and changing.
Mm-hmm.
It's called character of holiness. These are characterizations of holiness. This is all how a holy person going to think.
That's right.
I'm not going to put myself out there,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm going to still hold it down.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to watch it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a lifeline because these laws were made for people who were holy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not forget that. They was holy already.
Yeah.
Okay? And then God gave them these commandments. We're not holy. We don't come out of a holy background. Sorry.
We're in New York.
We're making ourselves holy now. Everybody. Okay? As we go along, we found out, okay, we was doing it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to go through that. They had Moses. Moses said, look, this is what it is. This is what the Lord required of you. Pop, 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 pop. And they just didn't do it. It ain't that they didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
They knew. They said, man, well, look, I'm still going out there. Just Saturday morning, I'm going to find me some manna.
Yeah.
That's what they said. They said,
Respect the
man,
warning.
they convinced themselves it's out there. And it wasn't more than one. It was a bunch of people. God said, how long is it going to take for them to believe me, man? He had to say that about Abraham, and that's Abraham's children. So they are not, he said, they are not the spot of his children. Meaning, you're not my son, you're not my daughter. Y'all don't have no traits like me. That's what that means. A chip off the old block. You know, he's just like his daddy, boy. Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
Yeah.
You look at the daughter and say, wow, boy, you even wrap your turban the same way your mother do. You even do. That's, you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Time sheet.
And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am Elohim, your El.
Leave them for the poor. Because if I don't tell you to do it, you ain't going to look out for the poor. Nobody look out for the poor. Of your people, I got you. Don't start thinking about the train station. All right? Sorry, it sounds selfish, but God is selfish with us. Okay? And he wants us to be selfish with him. It is not my job to make sure everybody know who God is. It is my job to make my household know. And I don't have time to be going out there messing with people. Knocking on doors, going on the train. Now, if God come and tell me this, is a different story. There we go. If my mother or my father say, hey, man, you need to go out there and do this, that's a different story. If God come to me in a dream and said, thus saith the Lord, that's a different story. This is personal. But on the up and up, I am only commanded to teach my household.
Right.
That's what counts. I don't have to bother myself and teach the world. The world is condemned by God. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein. Thus saith the Lord God, my right hand shall not spare the sinners. That means you don't have everybody that's going to be doing this in the world. Now, you know that song, he got the whole world in his hand? They say it's God, but it ain't God. They're talking about the devil. That's a devil worshiping song that was made up by this devil worshiping people. Okay. It said God has the heart of the righteous in his hand, not the whole world. All right?
That's tough.
Yeah, man. It said, God, what you read earlier, God has the heart of the righteous in his hand. He only got the hearts of the righteous, not the whole world like the devil do. But that song, a lot of songs we teach our kids, I don't teach my kids, but a lot of songs that people teach their children is devilistic songs and songs from witches. Most of those songs came from witches, the children of witches. London Bridge is falling down. That's a witch's song. That was made by the witches, children of witches in Stockholm, England. Okay? Okay? You come from different countries, America. You got Panama, Puerto Rico, Nicaragua, Jamaica, Haiti, Dominican Republic, Brazil. This one from China. This one, right? Everybody has their own customs. That's what God said. That's what the turning. The customs is in the turning. Everybody has a background they come from. Everybody has a deity that they swear to. Okay? Look, man. Mama said it. He said, man, all you island Israelites, all you Israelites from the island, he's from the island too.
He hated me.
He's from Central America. So he wasn't being racist or saying nothing. My whole family's from Central America, man.
He said, I ain't no damn Panamanian.
Yeah, I ain't no Panamanian. He said, and all you islanders better turn your accent around. Speak proper English. Because a lot of the stuff that they say in those islands is worship to deities. And people say it on a regular. You know when people say, you see the cross, the God of the Christians? The people who worship them, when something good or bad happened, they say that name. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Now you see why God don't want us saying his name. Right?
Yep.
The Jamaicans, the Trinis, the Guyanese, they got a thing, RAS.
Oh,
That's a God. That's a God. They still, Holy was on point with everything he didn't even know. He would say stuff and don't even know why he said it. And I see now what we just read in that chapter you just brought.
Yeah.
I'm right here. That's my. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand. But it took a man to live it and do it for us to see.
Right.
We had to see that action
Right.
because we're so dark.
Mm-hmm.
We're not holy. So we can't be saying things. Like making fun of people in their accents. You got to watch that too.
Right.
Because their deities, their gods is in their language, it's in their proverbs, it's in their sayings. That's why he said, man, y'all been here, living here for over 20 years, and you're still talking with this accent. I know people, you was born there? Wow, you sound American. Because they switched to the language of the land.
Mm-hmm.
If I go to China speaking Hebrew, I'm gonna be by myself.
Yeah.
I better learn some Chinese. I need I say, oh,
Yeah. You got
I better learn.
Yeah.
That's why I like languages. I can be around some other people that speak certain languages, and I'm good. I'll understand because I understand it more than I speak it. You got to get to understand it more because that way people can't talk about you in a different language.
Like that Russian woman.
She was talking, boom, 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 boom. You see, I threw out some words, and she turned around. She said, "Oh wow, yeah." And then the husband, then I threw a word to her she didn't know, and her husband had to tell her what the word was. Okay? Time sheet.
You should not
Hey, wait. Hey, another example. He says, "Speak to me in your tongue." Not in the tongue of the Hebrews, because I don't want the Hebrew men on the wall to hear what you're saying, because it's going to make him discouraged. He said, nah, boy, I'm going to speak in all your language, so that the men on the wall can hear how they're going to drink their own piss and eat their own dung. I want them to know what's going on. Languages. It said Joseph was there with his brothers, but they didn't know who he was because he's cut. Everything's cut. He's bald. Egyptian cuts all their hair off. They don't have no beard. They don't have no hair. Okay, that's the fashion of Egyptian. They cut it off and then they put fake stuff on. Why? Because lice was prominent there. They had straight hair. People with straight hair, you're gonna get lice. Oh, I ain't gotta worry about that. I was in a whole house of straight hair people. And me and my brother was the only one ain't getting. Same pillow. My woman. Same bed. They ain't mess with me because there's too many kinks in that nappy hair. There's too many kinks. So they stayed in the people with straight hair, and the Egyptians had straight hair.
We get bed bugs.
Okay, you get bed bugs. There you go. We get West Nile mosquitoes and bed bugs. They don't care. It don't matter what your hair is. You getting big. You getting big. All right. That's the pestilence. That's the pestilence. Roads go up in your ear while you sleep. That's the pestilence. Why this guy come all the way over here and want to go up? They like wax. Don't you know that? They like the wax that's in our ears. Roaches, bed bugs, the little insects, ants. They get too close and they smell this, they go up in there. Or fall asleep and you got food, you got crumbs. That's crazy. They come in. All these things is the curse. When you get bit, now you got infected. Get bit by a spider. Get bit by a spider, a little spider. Get bit by it. You going to the hospital? Ain't no thing. When you telling me, yo man, go because your hair. I said, nah, I'm not going. I'm good. Not that. Not getting bit by a spider. Sometimes a roach. But look, God allowed it to happen.
Yeah.
Because you don't have no protection.
Baruch Shalom.
Or you were protected and you did something wrong to make an opening.
That's it.
Baruch Shalom.
That's for the righteous. For the righteous, if that happened to you, it's because you messed up somewhere. And that shows that as soon as you mess up, you get hit. As soon as you mess up, you get, okay, hold on. I'm kind of close. God is watching me, man. I gotta chill because I ain't getting away with nothing I'm doing. You know, this is something you go and say in your own head. You say, yep, Nick, you thought you got away with that. Look what happened over here. And the first thing that comes in my head is what I did wrong. I ain't gotta ask myself. Okay? I'm talking about me. I don't have to ask myself when anything good or bad happened. I don't have to ask. I don't have to. I'm not gonna sit here and play the guessing game with myself. Like I don't know.
You know,
It automatic. I don't have to think it. It come to you, yeah, because over here. Oh, remember what you did 30 years ago here.
Yeah, that's true. You don't have to think it.
You don't have to think it. I said, wow, I never thought about that, but that came up. That's why this is. Wow. I forgot about that. I'm over here thinking I'm straight. I'm still paying for this atrocious act, or what I did to somebody, or what I said, or what I didn't do, or when I dishonored my parents. All these things come back, man. You ain't out to clear.
and you should not swear by my name falsely.
And you can't swear by God's name falsely.
That's right.
But the only time I see that they did that, though, was on certain occasions. If something was stolen out of my house, okay, I have to swear that I didn't put my hands to my neighbor's goods. Right or wrong?
Right.
That's when you swear. Not when I'm telling you a story, yo, man, and I jumped off of the truck, son. Yo, that's my word. You can't do that. You can't say that's my word to the Most High. Leave that out. Tell your story. You ain't gotta prove me wrong or nothing. Because that's what you call intemperate swearing. They only swore. Okay, if your mother and father tell you to swear, you gotta swear. If your husband make you to swear, you gotta swear. Okay? Now, you can take it upon yourself to make a vow. But if the father or the husband, he can nullify the wife or the daughter's vow. He can say, nah, that vow's dead. I don't want you to take that vow.
A couple times for the judges, you
And that's it.
Sure.
That's you know.
Take time.
See that? If I make a vow, I'm the father. Once I make a vow, that's it.
Ain't nobody else. You gotta live with that.
I'm done.
You gotta live with that one.
What he said, there ain't no coming back from that. I can't turn back.
At all.
Because that's why God said, ye are gods. Someone, you say something out your mouth, that's it. You can't bring it back.
At all.
I give a little being to the woman, your kids, you can break that. They know not most sometimes the thing they do. But hey, I've seen a man make a vow. I've seen a man make a vow against his own hurt. And he said, but you know what? I ain't breaking it. And the hurt goes away.
Say Chief do it.
Right. I've seen it too. He said, damn, man, I messed myself up when I made this vow. Now I'm going through this. This is some extra stuff that a normal person would have said, nah, man. And would have broke the vow. But then I noticed in the course of time, God turns his tribulation that he don't have to regret his vow no more.
Yeah.
All God wanted to see is take a little bit of pain, man, for my word, man. And after that, good. That's the sacrifice. We can't bring nothing.
That's real.
You know who I sacrifice? Me. That's who. Whatever I like that God don't like, I give it up. Sacrifice means to give up. And I give up the calves of my lips, meaning prayer. Because I don't have nothing to give God. The only thing I could have gave God was what I bring to the priest.
Right.
When you bring to the priest, or you give to a righteous man or a prophet, you give to God. Because you holding down his servant. You know what I'm saying? God don't get done. He don't digest that food that the prophet you just gave me, but that's his servant.
Mm-hmm.
That's his man. That's his homie. You just looked out. I got you. And you could have been a wretch, but you know what? I'm holding down because look. When it came to this godly man, he wasn't a wretch. He said, nah, I ain't gonna do that to him, man. So nah, leave him alone, man. Let him go ahead, man. Go ahead. Look. You're gonna get hit, but look, it ain't for me to hit you. Because you did good over here.
That's right, Mikael.
You did good over here. So I can't do it. You're gonna get hit though.
That's right.
But I can't do it.
That's right.
It's not my place to do it.
That's right.
Do I? You didn't bring no bad vibe here. Matter of fact, there was a couple of times if it wasn't for you, man, it would have went down. So I thank God for you, man. But you gotta be over there though. Because you still haven't improved with God personally. So we only go but so far together. That's just how it is. Time sheet.
Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am Elohim.
You don't profane the name of your God. Like I said, we don't say his name, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. We don't write it down. Okay? We keep that out of our existence. We leave that one alone. Because anything to do with God's name, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, whatever we do with it, it will be profanation. Whatever. Freely. You cannot say his name, man. You know what? Man. These are the people that would call their father and their mother by their names. Hey, Teddy. Ronald. Susan. Bro. I know people who done that. Bro. Yo, man. Bro. Yo. If you're a father like, bro, and you let your son talk to you, bro. But yo, bro, it's too close. So far, I haven't seen it yet. I've seen this with one dude. One guy, I would love to say, yo, man, you let your son talk with you like that. And it wasn't nothing to that guy. He would, and look, the son do this. The son do this. You know, gave him this now. Nah, man. Nah, man, you can't do that. And you got women go against their mothers. They call them bees. Females calling their own mothers bees and whores, and talking about their life, their promiscuous life. You better mind your business, man, because she wouldn't have had you. She wasn't promiscuous. How about that?
A game show question was, name a person you argue with the most. And the lady said, my mother.
She said it with the quickness.
With the quickness. I
said, that's a no-brainer. My mother.
I said, damn.
Some places don't play.
So it ain't just the men.
Some places you get
the woman too. First it used to be the men. Now it's the woman too that's in this category. See, this was ancient. And there was a time when men ran things, so only men was doing certain things. The women are doing the same things that the men are doing today. So she's in the slot too.
She's a grown woman.
She's a grown woman.
Come on, you're too old for that, bro. My mom. Come on, man. It's crazy.
So this thing, what holy what? What law you gonna do? The heathen don't even follow their rules that they supposed to live by. Their God tells them to do certain things, and they still do it. So you tell me what it is, because I know the rules of the religions of the land.
Right.
And I mean, what? Oh, y'all ain't supposed to do that either. So what happened? They said, yeah, we're not supposed to celebrate birthdays either. I don't had a conversation this week, Muslim, after Sunday, Christian, the only Hebrew. The whole group comes from Solidify. And they all agreed when I was slamming the birthdays. They said, yeah, we're not. They said, nah. Everybody of those different denominations, they said, no, according by what they get taught, yeah, we're not supposed to celebrate our own birthday. And I wasn't talking to no regular churchgoer. I was talking to people who had title, okay? Like I have title. Officers, people who teach their congregation.
Right.
This is who the title, people of title. And we were sitting down, and it came up because and I was like, nah, I don't recognize that. And I start running it down, and then I went and I showed them in Pharaoh. I said, this is the only person in the whole Old Testament that celebrated a birthday. And he's Pharaoh. And my God told us not to follow the Egyptians and their ordinances. That's one of their ordinances. Now, history and everything else tells me this is the number one celebration, the number one holiday of the devil. And
not Xmas. That's number
one.
I
didn't get this information from Hebrew Israelites. I got this information from Hebrew.
From witnesses too, man.
And witnesses. And I checked what they said. And it goes right back to what God says.
Continue to turn up.
It goes right back to what God said. All right? It goes right back to it. So, and these people agreed with me. And I was shocked to hear that. I thought I was going to I thought I was saying something. I'm going to tell you the truth. I thought I was going to bomb them. I thought I was going to bomb them with it. But they agreed with me. But not, that was just individuals. And they were heads. So I said, so why y'all don't teach that to y'all people? That's what I asked them. Why y'all ain't teaching it? Because not every Christian know this. No. Not every Muslim know this. But why y'all ain't teaching it? They put their head down. I said, I know why. Money. Money.
People not gonna come. People not gonna come. They gotta tell people what they want to hear.
Yeah. Money.
What?
I don't like what this guy's saying. He's talking about me, man. I'm not coming here no more. Money. That's good. Look, certain camps didn't need your money, but it fell because the people stopped coming because the people ain't want to get told about themselves. I'm a witness to that. I'm a witness to that. Now, man, I don't go over there no more because every time he always get up there talking about it. Really and not the brother not talking about you. He don't know nothing about your life.
Right.
This, if you're out of place, it's talking about you.
That's right. Shoe fits.
I'm talking about me while I'm up
here.
here.
That's right. That's right.
Every man that come up is talking about himself when he come up here. Where are you getting this from? I didn't say nothing about you. I'm sorry if I'm bringing this subject up. So now I know that you faulty in this subject. I gotta stay away from the subject now.
Yeah, imagine that.
That's what be happening. Those are proud. Man. Man, let me go around this partner. Let me not teach this. No! You just going to get mad at me.
Teacher.
Yeah.
Sorry. Our prophets died for saying, thus saith the Lord. They didn't do nothing personal to the king. So you just going to have to be mad. Because most of the time I'm talking about me. We in the same boat. And you think I'm talking about you? But we're in the same boat. And I'm doing this for me. So if I'm trying to strengthen myself, I strengthen myself. And I learned this from my hour. You strengthen yourself in these commandments by bashing what you do wrong against God.
That's right.
So you bash yourself. You bash yourself. Don't hold back. So I'm supposed to hold back for anybody else. I ain't holding back for me. I cannot hold back, and I will not hold back for nobody. You just gonna have to be mad. Because really, I'm gonna tell you what Moses said. Really, those words you were saying ain't for me. They was for God. Those words was for God. All that stuff you were saying was for God. Because I didn't make these commandments. I'm ordered to God. I didn't even want to do this. God ordered me to teach you this. So when I teach you this and I tell you what God say, you can't get mad at me. That's what Moses told them more than one time. He said, yo, it's not me, man. And when y'all say things like this, y'all blaspheme God, not me.
Right.
They was, all right, you can be so angry. Right? No matter what you're angry for. Sometimes it blinds you from hearing that little bit of wisdom that you need to hear.
Right.
There's always that one person or two people, and they ain't gonna say what. Mama said, wisdom only gonna tell you one time, boy. That's what he said to me. He said, wisdom only gonna come to you one time, boy. You hear me? Hang on, Bob. And I realized that later on in my life, when wisdom said, get out the house now.
When wisdom said, get off the block.
Does it say it one more time? Does it say it again?
I ain't hear
Does it
no
say
more.
that you only heard it one time?
One time. One time. That man right there told me, get the hell off the block. One time.
I'm gonna tell you again.
Only one time, man.
I said, nah.
And Muhammad told me that this happened with him. He said it came to me one, and I didn't listen. Boom. And look, I didn't listen to what he went through, and it happened to me because it came. He said, "Get out of here now." I lingered instead of just getting out of the house. I'm calling a cab. Wait for a cab. I want to be fancy. Wait for a cab. Guess what? The cab never came because the whole block got surrounded. I'm still sitting there waiting for a cab. Guess what? Please. That was my last. That was it. So now I got to do the time because God gave me a chance not to do it. And look. I was good enough and worthy enough for God to give me that warning. But I just don't know. I don't listen, man. That's my problem. I'm not an idolatrous. I just don't listen. That's my problem, man. Me. It's my problem. Then I want to get mad at myself. I don't get mad at nobody. Because why? I know why this happened. I can't blame nobody. I ain't blaming God, the devil, this one, that. Blame me. Now that I'm blaming me, I don't like blaming me. I don't like that feeling. Being wrong all the damn time. I like to be right. When I open up my mouth, I got substantial evidence behind it. Because what I'm saying is right. And what I'm doing is right. No, you leave it. I don't need it. You don't want to serve.
Oh, yeah.
Just that right there, you'll be serving.
That's right.
And remember, we can't set up nothing on this day, man. We can't set nothing up. I can't fix nothing.
That's right.
By habit. If this falls off by habit, while I'm talking to you and I see it fall, I'm going to do what? Pick it up and put it back in and keep going. I can't do that. I can't do that. Set up. I usually go inside and get 4 socks and put them under the legs of each of this chair. But I can't do it today because I'm setting it up.
Okay. Yeah, to do it yesterday.
You know, right.
Oh, okay.
Boys came to me one from when I was alive. Remember that he don't like them sudden loud noises.
Right.
Now, a lot of times when any of us that sit in the beach chairs, whenever we moved, it made a noise that was aggravating to him. So I would get socks and put it there. And then something said, man, you setting up. Don't do it. Do it when you set up the chairs.
Okay.
But I said, whoa. Abba ain't had to tell me that. Ima ain't had to tell me that. I told myself that. I said, okay, good. Good, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Now it's directing your paths. That's what he said, but the Lord would what? Direct his paths. Tom sheep.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him.
Thou shalt not defraud him. Don't fraud him. Don't fake him. Don't cheat him. Don't trick him. All right, Tom sheep.
The wages of him that's hired.
Don't trick him out of his wages and say, I'll bring it to you in the morning. That you tricked him because he's expecting it now, tonight. You're supposed to pay back then. You get paid at the evening. That was the system. You didn't get a check once a week or every 2 weeks. There was no checks back then. It was shekels. But sometimes I said, look, man, I don't have the shekels to pay you with today, but I got a kid. A kid is a goat. So that's even better. Give me that. I got free milk now. I'm not killing this goat for no food or no skin. I'm going to keep this goat.
couple ephods of flour.
Might mess around and get another goat. That's a female.
Mhm.
Now
No, we ain't
Now I got money coming.
Mhm.
Those are my pets now.
Mhm.
And they are gonna have babies, have litters. Before you know, in a couple of years, I got a whole flock of goats.
Okay.
Now I could, hey man, you know what? Oh, one of my brothers came through I haven't seen in years. Hey, wife, go in there and fix me up a kid of the goats.
Mhm.
Like he told Sarah. Sarah went, she go in the back, she picked one up, boom, she hit him up and prepared him.
Mhm.
Do everything. That's crazy.
We didn't have stores.
Mhm.
Ain't nobody delivering nothing to you.
Mhm.
Uber Eats.
You were independent of your own lives, of your own economy. That's what this law of serving God brought to these people. We ain't had to depend on nobody. All we had to do was depend on God. He said, just me. He said, yo, man, I'm your king. I'm your king. I thought I was your king. He said, man, don't man, they rejected me as their king, man. They want a fleshly king. Don't see.
The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning.
Can't stay. Why are you keeping that man money?
Mhm.
Give him his money. The wages of that man shall not be kept until the morning.
That's right.
Because at the end of the day, the work you're doing is field work.
Mhm.
That was the work everybody did.
Mhm.
Field work.
Manual labor.
Or I'm a shepherd to your goats. Or I'm with your ox plowing. These are the different types of jobs, farm work jobs, servitude,
Mhm.
landscaping, building houses, this, that, all these things was what a job was. If a guy stole and he ain't had nothing to pay back, I got a job for you. And you work here for 36 weeks, it'll amount up to the amount of money you stole. Okay, what I'm gonna do for transportation? I got nothing to do with that, brothers.
Mhm.
Make sure you're here. Now look, back then, the servant lived with you, so he ain't got to travel.
Mhm.
You didn't have to travel to work. Your work was right there in the house. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not curse the deaf,
Mm-hmm.
nor put a stumbling block before the blind,
Mm-hmm.
but shall fear Elohim. I am Elohim.
You don't put a stuff. You don't mock the blind and the deaf. Put duct tape over your eyes, okay? And take wet tissue and stuff your ear up. See how you like it. See how much patience you gonna have. See if you're gonna be happy all the time. Don't mess with those people.
That's real. That's real. That's real.
Samson say, "Oh God, Lord God,
Mocking.
give me one more time. Just give me that burst of strength one more time, so I can avenge myself for what?
For my eyes' sake.
For me being in slavery?
Nah, for my eyes.
For them mocking me?
Nah,
For them spitting on me?
Nah, they took my eyes.
You took my eyes.
So let me avenge myself.
Let me avenge myself because she snitched on me.
Nah,
No,
eyes.
he didn't. Look, you know what that's telling me? You know what Samson is saying when he said that? Yo, man, they had to do that to my
They
eyes.
had to
man.
do that. They had to
They
take
had
my
to do
eyes.
that to my eyes, man.
Mhm.
They had to do that to Zedekiah's eyes, man.
Mhm.
You ain't had to do all that, man.
Oh,
You ain't had to do all that, man. Yeah, God said put them in subjugation. But certain things, God said, man, now you still gonna get it for doing what you did to my people, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Regardless of what, you a heathen.
Like, they had to do
The
that.
only reason why that happened because he put himself in that position.
Eyes, bro.
It can't be stopped. It gotta go down. The Israelite or the righteous man put himself in this position.
He was good. It's just that prophecy had
That prophecy gotta go down. But yo, listen, you still gonna get it.
But you still don't get it.
You still gonna get it.
Mhm.
He said you still gonna get it. God said it. You still all those. Yeah, I allowed them to do it. Why? Because they evil anyway. He ain't gonna make somebody who else is righteous. Who else was a righteous nation but Israel? Who else could correct? He gonna use to correct Israel. The heathen. He said the heathen are my sword. I'll use them.
There we go.
First floor.
I'll use them. So he said, let me get that straight, man. One more time, so I could kill all these guys in here because of my eyes. He said, I had to do that to my eyes.
And it said he killed more in his death than in his life.
Yo, we never put
day.
That's
that day.
That day
That's
he killed
crazy.
He topped the record.
He topped the
He
record.
beat his record.
And he used to wild out.
He was taking them out.
He was wild out.
One day, no. So he took out more than 1,000 that day.
Of
Because
course,
at
it
the
was
Valley of
thousands.
Lehigh, it was 1,000.
It was thousands. That's true.
You know what it is to fight 1,000 men and kill them?
With a jawbone of an ass.
You was getting
jumped and hold it down.
He didn't get tired.
He
No,
hit you with one whack and you died.
look,
Instant.
you're gonna get tired of
That's how
swinging.
strong he was.
He had that jaw.
1,000.
That's not 100, man.
So now,
It was one hit of
in that Coliseum,
Going down. That's right.
I read in one book it was over 24,000.
That's right.
Those things cold. It's a Coliseum. Stadiums were what's the word? The Coliseums back then is what they got the blueprint to make stadiums.
Mhm.
It's just now that column in the middle that Samson leaned on. Because of Samson, they made the stadiums with the columns in the bleachers.
Right.
In the bleachers. It's around now.
in the underground.
Yeah, underground. You can't get to it now. You can't get to it. The foundation was outside. In the Coliseum, it was 2 big pillars, and you had rods that come from there to where you sit at. Then you had the floor and everything. And by him pushing it, everybody. And God said, yo, good, I got you. I'm gonna give you that. Look, I know I'm gonna die too. I'm gonna die anyway. Because I told the secret God told me not to tell. I didn't even tell my parents. If God said don't even tell your parents, the ones he calling you to honor, you can't tell nobody. But you know what, man? I'm gonna tell you something, man. When a woman is on your back, man,
Don't lay your hands on no woman's lap.
and she won't let up, man.
Pillow talk, man.
Look, and I ain't did nothing wrong. I just won't tell you something you don't need to know. He said, I don't even tell my, he said it. He said, I didn't even tell my parents, my mother and father. And yo, this is the thing. The woman, don't get in the way of that man's relationship with his parents. I have to say this to the woman. You are not, it does not say honor thy father and mother and your wife when you get married. No, it don't. You are not as important as his mother. You are not important as his father. Okay?
The woman gonna see how
you are important as a wife is important to a husband.
She's gonna see how you go, and then she's gonna act accordingly.
Because you know what? They're gonna see, listen, well, yeah, when I ask you to do this, you ain't do it, but when your mother got say, what? What? I said, what? No. My reaction is deadly. I said, what? When my mother, what? Keep my mother there with your mom. That's my mama. Did I come from you? Did I come from you? Did I come from you? So you gotta leave that alone. Okay? One woman said, oh, look at you. You just like your father. I said, you damn Skippy. That's why you don't like it. Because you see, I'm like him. I don't give in. When I say go, I'm not giving in. You can't break me. That's why you say I'm like my father. And that's a good thing. Thank you. Thank you. So, what you're supposed to do is stay in your place as a loving wife.
That's right.
Because you got parents, you got to honor and respect too.
If you do.
And guess what? I'm going to respect and honor your parents like I do mine.
That's right.
I'm going to treat your parents the way I treat mine. They don't have to live this law. But the mannerism I give them, I'm going to give. Mannerism I give my mother and father, you go get that. But now, if you act out of place, you a heathen, you my wife's mother or father, and you act out of place, I'm not going to disrespect or dishonor you because I ain't going to be around you. That's it. No sin done in that. Because we have these situations, right or wrong. You have people who have parents that's in the way of life, and you have people who have parents that's not in the way of life. And they hook up. The parents that's not in the way of life is used to the grandkids coming over. Am I correct? Everybody bring the kids to grandma's house. Grandma's house. Okay? So you gotta be careful with that. If grandma don't serve God, because grandma gonna feed them pork.
Yeah.
Lobster tail.
And whatever holiday, and it won't be wise to have them around anybody around holiday times. What do you think is gonna happen? Look, family members do stuff spitefully on purpose because they don't like, man, now you don't do this, you think you're better than me. So what they gonna do when they got your kid now, they're gonna make your kid violate. Yeah. Make your kid violate. Tom shit.
You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not
You
respect
can't be incorrect, undecisive. Everything in judgment has to be on top of what the penalty is, and that's it. I can't come up with my own stuff. If God don't have a judgment for this, he never had a judgment, I can't come up with that. I can't say, well, the judgment for this is, whatever judgments is in there, I gotta leave it the way it is. And I can't change it because you gave me a gift 2 weeks ago. That's why I say, if you're a judge, if you're a person that people come to settle disputes and differences with, for you to be impartial and biased, you can't accept gifts during regular course of life when nothing is happening. You can't accept gifts from the people. You're the person we can't give a gift to. Because when it's time for you to side with the righteous, you're going to waver. Because it's a natural thing for me to want to feel, to show you, give you kindness, because you showed me kindness. Now I got the power to get you out. And you look at me like, damn, bro, look, I was the only one that was thinking, I bailed you out of jail. I bailed you out of jail. It was 50,000. Other brothers have it, other people have it that you expected, but they didn't. This guy did. Now this guy that got you out, he did some horrendous stuff against the Lord and his laws. And he has to be judged correctly by that. You can't judge that case.
No, we gotta set out conflict of interest.
The judge downtown, if any of his family or kindred commits a crime, he's not going to preside over that case. Let alone a dude that give you a gift, because that's going to turn the heart of the wise. It's going to turn my sentence. It's going to turn my words. What God said I'm supposed to do with this man, I don't feel right doing it, because he always look out for me. So God said, look, don't accept gifts. Because when it's time to put judgment on a violator, I want just judgment. Okay? Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty.
You don't respect the person of the poor when it comes to these laws. This is for a judge. You don't feel pity for a person because they're poor and they committed a crime. Well, he's poor. It don't change the sentence. Or the rich. The rich get away with a lot. No. The person with the most money gets to do whatever he wants. Gets away with a lot. You would come down on this guy. This guy got money. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing to him. That's in family, friends, organizations, at the work job, school, whatever. Whoever has the most money, it has an effect on the people who don't. So who really is your God?
Money.
Because if you got a righteous man here, he ain't got no money. Why you don't want righteousness? Why are you treating them? Look, they treat the righteous person bad. Unless he got money. The righteous person could get up and tell a lie. I mean, the rich person could get up and tell a lie. The rich man, he could tell a lie. And nobody ain't going to say that ain't true because he got money. But when it's time to, you ain't getting nothing. I ain't giving you nothing. You ain't speak on my behalf. That's what the rich, pride. Builds up pride. He said, man, these people, I gave them everything. I gave them houses that they didn't build. I gave them stuff that they didn't plant. Okay, vineyards, olive trees, all types of things. He said, man, made them rich. And guess what happened? They waxed fat. They waxed fat and kicked. You know what that means? To wax fat means they got rich.
Mm-hmm.
You have waxen greatly, meaning you increased a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He said, and they kicked. You know what kick is? Get out of here, God. Get out of here, God.
That's what that was.
Then I sit down and do another kick.
Word. Relax.
Feet up. Kick back.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm good now. I ain't got to serve God no more.
Mm-hmm.
I do what I want. I got everything I want.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, yo, that's your own wax fat and kicked.
Yeah.
You got rich, you got conceited, and you forgot.
Mm-hmm.
You forgot God, and you forgot the poor. You forgot your friends.
Mm-hmm.
You forgot your family. You'll be surprised people get rich and forget everything, and they get a different mind on them. And that is the proud.
Mm-hmm.
It boosts it. That's why he said, you don't change nothing, whether he's rich or poor. Come shoot.
But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor.
Mm-hmm. The righteousness is whatever God say to do in the law. Come shoot.
Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people.
Mind your business, first of all. And that was for the men. Because women didn't go from city to city. Men went from city to city and town to town. Okay? Chatting. Talking about the next brother. But when the brother come in there, he don't say nothing to him. He don't say nothing to him. Nobody rebuke him. So you don't love him. You ain't even find out if this is true.
Mm-hmm.
First of all. And if you can't find out if it's true, you gotta leave that alone until further notice.
Right.
You gotta leave that alone. Don't join on that. That stuff builds hatred for no reason. You wind up hating a person for no reason. Some shit.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am Elohim.
Your neighbor, the blood of your neighbor, he about to get murdered. He about to get hit up.
Mm-hmm.
Don't stand against him. Don't stand with the ones. Don't help with the ones that's going after him.
Go ahead, kill him.
Don't record it.
Don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't aid in it. They call it aiding and abetting.
Mm-hmm.
Or stand by. You just stand for. Nah, man.
You live right there on Park Place in Rochester.
Yeah, man.
Apartment 4B.
Man. Come on, man.
Get him.
Come on, man. You giving up locations, man. They've been giving up locations.
Rat.
I do it, but
Before internet came out, they've been giving up locations. That's not supposed to happen, man.
Apartment 4B.
Mm-hmm.
That's not supposed to happen, man. That's why today you keep your business to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You don't serve the same God you serve. Trust me, it don't. When they go down, they fear the police and that badge more than they fear God.
Yeah.
They will turn you in. Quick. It will start with you. When you act up, turn you in. Time shoot.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
Oh, wow. A lot of people are guilty of that one. Hate your brother in your heart. God don't like it. Either get to it or leave that alone. Time sheet.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer iniquity upon him.
So where the rebuking at? Nobody rebuke nobody. You don't love me. Now I don't love you.
Let's get mad when you rebuke.
Look. They get mad. They tell you, leave me alone. I don't want to hear nothing. Whatever. So that's a scorner. So now you gonna get it if you try to tell a scorner. So now he said, well, look, man. But he said, yo, you can't talk to this guy. That's what the servant said.
Eat what you want.
He said, yo, you can't talk to this guy. He's difficult to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
When you try to tell him, even for his own good, you don't want to hear it. So guess what? It said, God said, leave a scorner alone. Don't tell a scorner nothing.
God is right. Because they'll hate you. Niggas that hate
They're going to
you.
wind up hating you.
Yeah.
And put you in the spotlight and shoot you down.
Facts.
Know why? Because you ain't got no business trying to correct people that are already destined not to be corrected.
That's right.
It's not my job.
That's right.
It said diligently teach thy children.
That's it.
That's the job. We pay more attention to husband, wife. The wife want to know where he at. But we're not putting it on the children. We're not giving them the education in this that they need.
Right.
We're not countering what they learn in school.
Right.
That's what has to be done. I don't have time to be out there running around all the time. When I get from work or doing whatever I got to do, I got to come in this house. And not only because I got a household, so it's not just me by myself. It's more of a responsibility. When it's me by myself, I'm good. I don't have to tell nobody nothing. It's just me.
Right.
I do this naturally.
Right.
Now I got to supervise. I got to make sure. I got to lock certain things up to make sure they don't do this or mess with this and wind up washing on the Shabbat.
Low toe.
Because they're not going to think like me.
Low toe.
So, and I can't risk my life being in that factor. Now this thing is going on and I don't know. So it's easier when you're by yourself. When you got a wife, you got children, the responsibility is extra. It's not even on you good. Damn. That's why God said, yo, watch who you marry, because he's going to turn the hearts of the son from following me.
Teach.
Okay? Got to be careful with that. Got to be careful. Don't be so quick. That's what I used to be told, man. When we're young, we want to be old quick. Then when we get old, we want to be young again. Yeah, the young, we want to do grown things. But the young today is different. They want to be young, do old things, and don't get old.
Right.
The young today don't want to get old. They act like being old is a curse. Ooh, he's an OG, he's an old. So it's a different with the young ones today. At least our young back in the days, we wanted to be grown too quick for ourselves.
Generation.
That's the cursed generation.
They don't even realize they don't even want to get old.
There we go. That's crazy. There we go. You got what I was saying, brother. You got exactly what I was saying.
The cycle of life, man.
Cycle of life is to be young, grow old, and die.
That's it.
Just like the animals, just like the trees, just like everything else. Just like the paint on here is new, and it's going to grow old, and it's going to start peeling.
And then the book warned you about messing with the old, because the old will kill you quicker.
Live fast, die young.
What he said, go and play with the young man of a young man. I'm going to put you down quick.
Put you down real
I'm going to put you down quick.
You're going
to be surprised because you think I don't have it no more. You think I ain't got it no more. You don't know I still practice. And I still got it. I got moves. What he said? I got moves. I ain't touch you. He said a move. He said you don't teach him everything.
Mystic.
He ain't even have to pull his sword out for this guy. Look, the young man's strength was used against him. That's what the old know how to do. Oh yeah, he's stronger than me and he's faster than me. Now we use his strength and his speed against him. He gonna come hard and fast.
That's what Abner did.
All I do is one move. That's it. Let him run into the wall.
That's what Abner did.
And that's what he did.
That's what he did.
This guy's fast. All right. Stop. He can't stop. By the time he stopped, he's stuck. And it went through him. He should have listened. He said, yo, man, hold up.
How you gonna look in your face of your brother? How you gonna face up to your brother?
Now he went personal.
I'm
like, this guy's still chasing.
And I'm killing.
Like, yo,
you see the qualities that man had.
Yo, and we on different sides now.
Look in the man face after
we came up.
This relative.
We came up, same background. You know, beside the Warren, we're on the same. We have a. What they say? Let the young men play.
Right.
Joseph and what's his name? Abner. They could have went at it. Yo, stay back. Come on. And then they go at it. They didn't do that. They assert and respect for each other. They said, yo, let the young men play. Let's see who men better. When young men played back then, it wasn't Nintendo, PlayStation. There wasn't no games. You know what the game of death. The game of death is no shield, no blocking.
No running.
I'm gonna stick you and you're gonna stick me and we're gonna
Oh,
die.
yeah, running. Let me grab your lock.
There wasn't none of this going on.
No.
Everybody grabbed the man by his lock. I grab you and I let you grab me. I allow you to grab me. Boom. And then we stick each other. You know what that was? Let's see whose man gonna back down from the plane. Nobody back down. Nobody back down. Because if anybody back down, I won.
Yeah.
If one of your men back down, I win. If one of your men block, I won. Let's see who has the best warriors. Yo, man, you ready to go? Yo, I'll show you how loyal I am. One man said, I'll show you how loyal my servants are. He said, you upon that tower. He said, yes, my lord. He said, jump. He said, whoa. He jumped. And he jumped. He ain't even that. He jumps. God wants that with us. That's loyalty. That's blind allegiance. That's faithfulness to the death. Loyalty, faithfulness, blind allegiance. These things cover you after death. You prove your loyalty in death. What you died for. You died for this. You was loyal to this, man. He lived there and died for it. Come, she.
Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people.
Oh, see? So I can avenge. We were talking about vengeance. I can avenge, but not against who?
My people.
My people. So that's why you Israelites get away with certain things.
That's why God stopped David.
That's why.
That's why God stopped.
And I've heard
Several
men
times. Several
of this
times.
age,
That's right. Several times.
men of renown of this age, Prince Yaakov, Nasi, and my father. I've heard both of them say in certain situations with certain men, nah, leave it. Leave it because Israel, God might not like it.
That's real.
And it was told Mahaba wrote on that. So, but he had to move away. Because the guy, you ain't thinking like that. He's still coming to get me. So I put this and get up on a high hill.
That's right.
So anybody coming, I can see you coming.
Come together.
Get up on a high hill. You come up here, I'm gonna see you coming.
You're gonna lay down.
All right? Time sheet.
But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Love my neighbor as myself. Okay. I can't show the people in this building, which are my neighbors, the same 100% love that I do an Israelite brother and sister. Where that applies to not stealing, not laying with their wives, not things like that. Your neighbor in here, your neighbor in here. Now we had our own land. I gotta bring it back. We had our own land. We wasn't in nobody else's land. We had our own government.
Exactly. We was a nation.
Scattered like this. So whoever lived next to me was the same as me. Everybody, say we lived in Israel back in the day, we had buildings, apartments, right? I'm Israelite, right? Next door is an Israelite. Under them is an Israelite. On the first floor is an Israelite. The mailman coming is an Israelite. The cab driver that come pick you up in the Uber is an Israelite. Okay? He's an Israelite. That's the community that they had. So, whoever I go out in the street and do anything to, I'm out of line because that's my brother. Not so today.
And literally all from the tribes.
And you read the book where it said the Egyptians, Dahu.
The Egyptians,
Dahu.
thy neighbors.
Because we live near them.
Because you live near them.
Near them.
Right.
But he said, but don't live like that.
Right.
Don't live like them.
Right. You live near niggas here.
Now look,
You live near the niggas next door.
Now look, the Canaanites.
Even Paul said they're your neighbors.
Yeah, they're your neighbors, but I'm not going to steal from them. I'm not going to steal from them.
Right.
But I'm not going to look
apply and do right like my shop.
Applying laws and look for them, expect for them to turn away from their God. That's not my. That's for them to want to. Hey,
right. Everybody Crown Heights is your neighbor.
They're gonna come.
Make sure you stay in the grounds of the law.
Everybody in Crown Heights is my neighbor. But I'm still not gonna mess with this guy's wife down the block.
No, you ain't gonna steal.
You ain't
You
gonna
ain't gonna
steal.
rob.
You ain't gonna
You know
rob.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not going.
Yeah.
I got money for him. I'm gonna pay him.
That's right.
Pay him back.
That's
See,
right.
but when it comes to blood, nation, inside stuff, that don't apply because they're not here right now. They're not knocking on this door. Saying, well, look, man, we're going to come over here every Saturday when y'all do this.
Right.
Tomorrow, you see them going somewhere else.
Church.
They active today, right? We kind of calm and quiet, right? Tomorrow, we making noise and they quiet. Think about it.
Yep.
That's holiness. That's how it's supposed to be. What am I doing trying to get all these idolaters and worshipers over here that God don't want? One more verse.
Moses killed the Egyptian, not the Israelite. When the two Israelites was fighting, he ain't killed nobody. Killed that neighbor Egyptian, he was dying.
With the quickness.
Yeah, you my neighbor, but you still not my blood.
With the quickness.
It's a difference.
That's right. Because he attacked.
But why he ain't attacked the two Israelites?
No, you told me it's still wrong when he said it.
Right. Why you did that? Because they Israelites.
He said, why did
If
you
the
do
nigga
that?
that did wrong the second time was an Egyptian, you would have got body too.
Yeah, of course.
But the Israelite get, yo, man, why you
Get a
get that, man?
privilege.
It's
Come on,
we
man.
get chastised.
Oh, that's my brother.
Reprimand.
That's how we talk to each other.
Verbally reprimanded.
Yes, chill, right? That's how we talk. I'm not doing that.
Stole off.
He ain't asked no question with that Egyptian.
Stole off.
Slept him.
Stole off.
You an Egyptian. You
Slept him
sleeping.
forever.
You sleeping.
So there is a difference. Certain things only apply to your own kind. Sorry. Shalom Aleichem.
Do a
Anybody?
quick
Houdin.
a quick run up about pure.
Purim? Oh yeah. Hold on. Purim is coming up. Purim is about the time when Queen Esther became the wife of a heathen king named Ahasuerus. And
she didn't even sleep with
and
She didn't even sleep.
the kings don't just run up and all their wives like that.
No.
That's my wife, and I never touched her. I haven't touched her yet. Okay, but that's still my wife. So there was a man named Haman out of the line of Agag.
Wicked Amos.
Okay, he was out of the line of the Amalekites, the same Amalekites we read about earlier. And
Esau's grandson.
he had a
And he wasn't
problem.
white.
He had a problem with guess who? Mordecai. Mordecai was out of what? Benjamin. Ain't that something?
That's the cousin.
He was yeah. And so now Mordecai, his cousin that he grew up as his own daughter, all right, wound up getting married to Ahasuerus. And at that time, there was persecution against all they called Jews, which was really the tribe of Judah, what was left of Israel.
He mad because Mordecai ain't bowed to him.
So he said, yo, because this guy, Mordecai the Jew,
The king wasn't even looking for
didn't
that type
bow
of
to me. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get all Jews hit up.
nigga crazy.
So he went to the king and made a day, proclaimed that on a certain day to come, that everybody throughout a whole
Grab a sword
127
and
cities
killed all the
can
Jews.
kill any Jew in their city. Meaning they could come and kick our door in and kill all of us up.
Yep.
What they talk about? That Nazi stuff, that's old. That been going down. What the Germans did, that been going down. Persecution of Jews. That been going down. Okay? And it was turned around. The decree was turned around. It said that the Jews are able to take up arms against any of their haters or prosecutors in all the 127 provinces. Because he said they can't change. Once they write a law, they can't change. They can't erase that law and change it. But what they did was made a counter to it. So that's what he did. He said, well, look, man, we're going to counter this. Now, the Jews are able to stand up for themselves. And look, these guys across the hall or downstairs or down the block were saying, yeah, when that day comes, we're going to kill them.
Go get 'em.
It's like that movie Purge.
Somewhat, yeah.
Purge.
Go get him. As soon as that
That was the
that
purge,
bell
but
rang.
only for Jews, for Israelites.
As soon as that bell
So
rang.
by all those that made themselves known that they wanted to kill us, when that day come, we gonna wash them up. and we gave out portions. Portions, when you look it up in the Hebrew, is akal. Akal is food. It's not a gift. We don't give gifts. And when I do, if I want to buy my brother a gift, all right, I'm gonna buy my brother Malak a tablet. I buy the tablet. Here you go, Malak.
Why you ain't rapping?
Thank you.
Wrap it for. Put a bow on.
I don't have to wrap it and put a ribbon on it. Look, next week I'll tell y'all where that comes from.
I'm gonna pull up with a portion or two. I'm pulling up with a portion.
Remember,
Monday night.
Birthdays, Christmas
Monday night.
times, all that stuff comes with gift wraps, toys, and candy. They all have a significance.
Portions
So
and
the
bottles.
portions is food.
Portions is food.
They gave out portions to everybody.
And
Food.
and
Go in that
bottles.
kitchen, you getting a portion of what's in the pan. Whatever you take out the pan, that's your portion. That's all that was. They didn't give gifts out. You don't have to give gifts out. If you give a gift, oh, it's we're giving gifts, you're violating. Okay? It's a day to be remembered if you want to remember it.
You don't have to do it.
You
You
don't
don't have to.
You don't even have to gather on
You
that
don't
day.
have to.
There's no holy
It's
convocation
not
on
of, it's
that
not
day.
of God.
It's not one of the
Right.
days of God
Right,
that he
right,
said in
right.
Leviticus 23.
Right.
It's an optional
did
day.
this. Yeah, we did this.
Right?
Right.
We just commemorate the day.
And God-
That's the day they got their
God let it rock.
independence
And God let it rock.
amongst the 127 princes.
Yeah, he let them rock.
So, but look, we ain't got that independence now. Hanukkah's the same thing.
Rededication.
Rededication of the burnt offering altar. And they gave out what? Portions. Because this is man, we got back our heritage.
Back to.
It got snatched from us and we got it back. And yo, everybody's happy. And when we get happy, what we do? We eat.
Let's eat, let's drink.
When you feed a little kid and what they do? Stop dancing around, but he's happy eating. You can't eat when you're upset. You eat when you're happy. So everybody, we're going to break right now. Shalom Aleichem. And we're going to eat.
Oh my God.
Yo, see y'all Monday night, bro.
You said you can't eat when you're relaxed.
We can't drink and get murdered. We will drink and be murdered. Be very merry.
Here we go.